Hello, and welcome to the stream. Hi, and welcome. So, it's time for a promotion. And the promotion is me. Yay! So hello there, if you're new here. My name is Sekamerai and I'm a variety streamer with a focus on indie games, as you might see on my left side. Or on your left side. And yeah, if you're interested what's going on this channel, keep up to date, you can follow me on my Blue Sky account, which runs under my same name, Sekamerai. And if you want to see my VODs of the games I have played so far and my streams, you can find them on my YouTube channel. And clips are here on Twitch, YouTube Shorts and TikTok. And that's all, so now you know. And if you ever want to know it, being here in my stream when I'm streaming, type in !socials, which I would do in this chat, but it doesn't allow me to, so I'm going to do it here. And there you go, all the links you need. Okay. So, as you might have seen, today's stream is a bit different. Not too much, but today is basically my stream anniversary. So I say basically because today, a year ago, I started to stream on Twitch. But, and that's why the basically is in there. But I streamed for a quarter year, aka 3 months. And then I was forced to take a break because of various circumstances. And that went on far longer than I actually expected it to be. And in the end, I was like a half a year away from Twitch. And then I started streaming again. So all in all, it's more like half a year of basically full-time streaming. Well, full-time, but like serious streaming on a regular basis is more like 6 months. So there is a possibility that Twitch at some point throws in, hey, today is your stream anniversary. And I'm fully prepared for that. Fully prepared to be surprised by that. Because I have no idea. I don't know how Twitch basically is measuring that. If they measure it at all for anybody who isn't an affiliate or a partner. I don't know. I just decided that, okay, I'm going to take the actual date when I started to stream as my anniversary. If Twitch ever comes and says like, this is your anniversary, then I will happily take that instead. That's okay. So yeah, it's a bit a strange story when you think about it. Other people would be here and say like, yeah, it's 12 months. I stream on a regular basis. Sadly, I couldn't do that. And it's kind of annoying because I lost a lot of time because of that, which I didn't want it to. But hey, here we are. Regardless, I thought about just talking a little bit about the journey, when I started, why I started, what I played through, and yeah. And here's the other thing. We have noise. If you watch this, or if you happen to come in which I hope at some point. But if you watch the VOD, I hope you laughed when you saw this on my side here, because we talked about it. Yes, I did it. Yes, I did it. So anyway, so let's talk about that. Where to start? I think let's put it this way. I watch streams since a longer time now. I would say 8 to 10 years. Since 8 to 10 years around that, I started to watch Twitch streams. And it was like a transition from the Let's Plays on YouTube to the next step. Internet got better and those streaming platforms suddenly took off the ground. There were streaming platforms before Twitch and so on, but it never really had a big takeoff with the people. It was something that mostly tournaments had, or special events or something like that. But like people like you and me streaming for an audience wasn't much of a big thing. Was more a thing for artists who did any kind of creative work and streamed it. But like game streaming wasn't a big thing. And then it took off. So it's basically like if you did Let's Plays on YouTube, you most likely transitioned over to actual live streaming. But not everybody did that, of course, but some did, some followed later. A good portion of people still do both. But yeah, it took a moment to take off. And I think the most lucky people and the people with the most roadblocks in their way are the people who are now on Twitch since around good 10 years. Like Twitch is existing around since 10 years, something like that. So people who started out with Twitch when Twitch was young and new, these people are now these people you can call like veterans of streaming on this platform. And some of them I know, since I followed them almost the entire way through when they started. Usually they already started streaming for 1, 2, 3 years before I found them. But even then, they started this with the hopes of like, this is new, apparently people are into this could be a big thing, and they went in, they did it, they started like any other streamer at the bottom, no viewers, or they were lucky they had already a community and lured this community on the Twitch platform. But they started at some point, and it's a difference if you do a Let's Play where you literally can play for yourself or with friends, record the entire thing, and then edit it and then put it on YouTube. Because the difference is like, you can make mistakes there, because you can always edit mistakes out. You can all do post-production works on your videos before you upload them to YouTube. In streams, you cannot do that. This is live. It goes as it goes. And that's a big difference. And I think it takes And that's why it takes time to establish yourself when you want to stream. Some people have it more easy for various reasons, which we can talk about. And some others have more to fight for it. But basically, when a new platform enters the game, it's always like, take the plunge, take the risk, go on the platform with the hopes this platform is going soar into the sky. And if yes, then you made the right move. Like, you are there. You're going to be one of the first people establishing themselves on that platform. And if you have a good way of making a success in a project you take on, then you can be like a cornerstone on that platform. And with Twitch, it was the same thing. So yeah. So I think for people who want to stream these days, it's basically the easiest thing these days to do, because because consoles have now built-in streaming functionality. Like, you don't even need a PC or anything. You can simply do it over your PlayStation or Xbox. Because it's integrated. It's like all you have to do, set up a few settings and go. There are most likely some downsides to it, because the interface is not so well made for interaction with your chat. But if your intention is just to, I want to stream this game, you can. It's not difficult. Like, the barrier is really low now. And the other thing, when you listen to people who started with Twitch when it was young, and they look at how Twitch is now for new streamers, they literally tell you, like, they wish they had many of those things back then when they started. Like, you have to, if you're not aware, like, back then, there was no affiliate. There was just Twitch streamers, and at some point Twitch decided to, like, take you in and say, like, okay, now you're a partner on our platform. But now they established the whole system of saying, like, okay, you're a new streamer? Good. Okay, we have here a system where you can become an affiliate. It's not a high barrier to get in, and you can start to earn money with it. In return, you get emotes and some features from Twitch. And then you can work to the next tier, which is Twitch Partner, which gives you a better cut in the money, gives you more features, more emotes. And then within Partner, you can work up to Partner Plus for even a bigger cut. And maybe some additional features. So Twitch made a lot of things better, easier, and more streamlined to get into the platform and to become successful on it. On the other hand, of course, it is a platform, and as any platform that is becoming more famous, more mainstream, more people join. So these days, it's really difficult for new people who start to stream and become successful, because it's the same problem every artist on this planet is facing. You will be one of many in an ocean of many. And here on Twitch, you have exactly the same problem, right? You're unknown, you're a small channel, you will be always at the bottom of every list, because all lists are sorted usually by viewers, So the ones who are at the top are the ones who are known, who have the viewers, but like the new ones, you always have to scroll to the bottom. Unless you find the right categories where people still can see you. On the other hand, I have to say, like, I appreciate that Twitch basically had this system of like recommended channels for you, which are literally based. Thank you, Will Noise. Hi there. I mentioned you before, and I hope you are laughing about all of this you see on the left side. How are you doing? And being visible on Twitch is really difficult, but the recommendation can help. Like, I have people that came into my channel or even now follow my channel because they found me over the recommendation. And I feel like the recommendation is a really good thing to look at from time to time, because it really looks at what have you watched on Twitch, in what regards are you interested in certain groups of people, and I find that the recommendation is pretty good at showing me channels that might pique my interest. So yeah. Doing okay. That's good. Yes, they do. I mentioned you before and I was like, I hope you see this and you will laugh about it, because we discussed about this, and so I did, and I will explain to you why I added this. Hee hee. But they're not getting smaller. This is the end. I have no space, and I'm not gonna make them smaller. But yeah, I think I heard other streamers talk about this, and I agree with them. It's like, it's hard to be exposed to people when you're a newer streamer, because it's really difficult. And then there were two topics I also agree upon. Partially. One thing is clear. When we had the COVID pandemic, those 3 years that don't exist anymore, when you started during the COVID pandemic, you literally picked the best moment to actually start a Twitch channel, because everybody was at home. Most people didn't know what to do, had too much time. So all streamers in those 3 years gained a lot of traction, and people who started new in those times had also a much easier time to grow as a channel. And I completely agree with that. Those 3 years were the best moment to actually start a Twitch channel. Or YouTube channel. I don't even know if YouTube had streaming in those times. Yeah, I agree. It's like, that was a great time frame to start. I didn't do that. I missed that. Yay. Very helpful. But yeah, I agree with that. The other thing they say, which I partially can agree with, is because of the problem of getting no exposure to people who have no idea that you exist, is literally, they say, start something else on another platform. Go on a social media, go on YouTube, or any other platform and start creating a community because you do something for them. Be it something creative, be it video related, audio related, it doesn't matter. It's like, be on another platform and create a community. Even if you're just going and be like, I'm a photographer. I'm taking photos of things and post it on, I'm going to say Instagram, but I don't like it. So, are you going to be one of those, yay, TikTok happy, funny people? And build a community there. And if you have like a small or a good ground of people that already follow you on that platform, then transition them over to your streaming and be like, hey guys, did you know I also stream? If you feel like interested, then head on over. And I agree, if you can do that, that certainly helps. Like, you can still stream while doing the other thing and then start to bring this other community to the other platform. You can do that. And it's not a bad idea, of course. So if you already know you could do this, then I also would say, like, do it. It helps. Because it's much easier bring an established community to another platform than trying to build up a new community from the ground up. But this second tip, I feel like, is limited. Because I feel like not everybody is in the lucky position to have another platform where they can build something. Like, not everybody is like talented in video editing. Not everybody is talented in making funny short videos or music or anything actually. Or are deep philosophers. So I think it applies to people who can do that, but people who have not that or cannot do that, they cannot have anything from that tip. And that's why I say it's only applicable to certain people. I mean, I'm in the same boat. Like, I'm not stupid or anything, but I have no other platform where I did anything that garnered the interest of other people. So I had no chance of bringing like existing community people from somewhere else to here. So all I could do is basically just start. And that's basically what I did. So I always thought about, maybe I should stream. Why not? It seems not to be that complicated, and it basically doesn't have to be. I mean, at this point, you're literally just like, sit down, invest a moment to set up something, and then press a button and stream. It's like, it can be that easy. But in most parts, it becomes more than that. It's like, sure, I could do the same thing, like sit down, set up OBS once, and then just stream. But I didn't do that because this is not how I do things. So I basically read into many things before I actually even started to stream. Because I wanted to understand, what do I need to do? How does this work? How can I make this appealing? And some people are lucky. Some people literally can stream with nothing. Like, I know one person, but that person basically had already a community and then brought them over to streaming. But that person has this, a stream. On this stream, you see them playing a game. There's no camera, there's no avatar, there's not one single notification or alarm or anything funny going on. It's just what they play. Or maybe they draw and then you see only them drawing. And that's it. And that's one of those people who are very lucky to pull this off like that. Some other people put a little bit of effort into it, but also usually just do what they do, and there's maybe only a notification for follows, rates, subs, and that's it. And otherwise there's really not much more. So some people have the luck because they just garnered the right people to the stream and it just works for them. And I'm happy for them, of course. Why shouldn't I? It's like, that's cool. If you can pull this off, amazing. But I also think like a lot of people are getting drowned with information about streaming. Like basically go anywhere. Like use a search engine or go on YouTube and you will be flooded with videos and information that tell you if you want to stream you need to do this or else you will never have a success. You must have to use this and you must do this, otherwise you have zero chance. And I say like, take it with a grain of salt. I think it's good to have input and an idea where you want to have your stream and how you want to run your stream, but you don't have to follow every trend and every tip and every info people put out. It's okay if you read them, if you listen to them, but decide for yourself if you really want to do that or not. For example, here's the thing. Most people know that. The funny part of like having your glass on the screen where people can donate bits and the bits fall into the glass and it can spill over. And if you know this silly little glass and the bits donation and the entire thing is actually something people feel like compelled to do because it's like a nice thing, it's funny. There's like the motivational factor of like the reward center of like, hey, I donate something and then something happens on stream, I influenced something on the stream, even if it doesn't change the actual content of the stream. It's just a glass and bits fall into it. But it works. Because people are like that. And at some point people said like, if you do not have this, you will fail. Because you will lose income if you don't do this. And that's something I say like, they are not wrong that it works, but do you really need it? That's the question in the room where I say like, decide for yourself. Like if you use it, there's no reason to get angry at the streamer because they use it. If they don't use it, don't get angry at the streamer because they don't have it. Like every stream is different. And every streamer decides for themselves what they gonna use in a stream and what not. And yes, maybe sometimes you're right and they might not do something that might give them a better overall exposure or income for the stream. Yeah, but it's their decision, so just accept that. And I think it's also a thing of the streamer itself, the personality behind it, where I say like, okay, every streamer is different. There are streamers who are extremely chaotic. Like I know one streamer which I probably would call the most chaotic streamer on the entirety of Twitch. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe there are some even more chaotic people, but that would be very hard to beat. And I have to say, like, if I watched their stream, like, intentionally a few times, just to understand what this stream is, because people are always like, oh, go to the stream, yay. And I say, like, the person behind it, the owner of the stream channel, is actually a really nice person. But when you watch the stream, you go like, what is going on? It's total chaos. Like, this is the opposite of what I'm used to, what the stream is. It's like, here it's not really the content that is getting streamed. It's more about, hey, I just want loud stuff, chaos, and I don't know. For me, it's personally not what I want when I watch a stream, but I understand that some people really enjoy that. And apparently a lot of people enjoy it. I don't know. It's like I'm usually there. When I'm actually in that channel, I basically have to stop after a few minutes because I'm like, it's so much. It's all audible, visual overload. And I'm like, I can't keep watching it. It's just a whole chaos, a catastrophe. But people like it. And if the people like it and they have success with that, then that's awesome. That's a niche that they found that basically almost nobody does, or very few people do on Twitch. And that gives them an advantage. And that's the other thing. Everybody tries to find kind of a niche with their streaming channel because it helps them to get exposed to more people of the same interest. And that's, I think, a thing most channels go through. It's like you start out, you start to stream, and you try to kind of find something that stands out, that is like less a thing with other channels, so people might find you and see like, oh, you're doing something completely different. Also, cheers. And you do something completely different. And this is like, I never saw this on Twitch. Wow, I'm gonna stay here. And I think that's a thing you should try to figure out, find, but it's not a thing you have to do. Like, some people just prefer something they are already used to, they already know, and they just stay because they either just like what you're doing, or they like you as a person. There are many reasons why people follow a channel, stay in a channel, come back. And I think none of them are wrong. As the other side, the streamer, it's always this question that will come up to you and be like, am I doing well? Could I do better? Could I change things and make it more interesting? And it's a trap to some degree, because like like for artists, you look up to others and go like, oh, maybe I should do that. And you do the copy pasta, right? So you see like, they do this and people seem to like it. Guess I'm going to copy that and do that for myself. And to some degree, yeah, you can do that. You can even take it instead as an inspirational point and make it real in a different way. And I think the latter is better. Because if you just copy someone, then where's the originality in that? Is that really you? Is that really what you want to present? Being like, I'm like streamer 474. Haha, hee hee. But is that useful? I personally think no. I think take inspirations from other channels or tips and tricks from other channels and try to implement them in a way that you feel like it fits my own channel, it fits me. But mostly you will encounter things that you cannot just change and be like, this is special me. I mean, you can look here in the stream, like in the top left corner. This is the Twitch. This is a Twitch integration. Set a goal and they give you a bar. And the bar can be customized, very limited with some colors and maybe some description. And that's it. Like, you cannot really differentiate yourself much from anybody else who is also using this. But that's okay. Because this is a good extension. It's great to set a goal, make it here. You don't need an external thing for doing that. You can. There are millions of external extensions for this. But I feel like I'm always in this part where I say, like, I want to try keep things simple, but not too simple. Like, I just feel like if you make things too complicated, it all just, will fall apart at some point. Like, if I had to use, like, let's say 5 different sources of external extensions and customize those things because I can, and let's say at some point I lose access to one of them. Well, great, now I have to do it again with somewhere else. Even worse if you have like one source and that source gives you many different things you use from there, and this source at some point stops working, then you lose all of it. So I say, like, tools that Twitch now started to integrate, like this target bar. Twitch has also integrated notifications and alarms directly here on Twitch, which you can basically modificate. You can customize them all in the same manner as, let's say, an external tool like Stream Elements, which also offers you to make your own customization of notifications/alarms. So why should I use Stream Elements over Twitch? Because it's already here. I don't need an additional login. I don't need an external website, a tab open to adjust this. I'm not gonna be dependent on an external source that potentially could be going down or having a disconnect from the internet and then nothing works. Because in the end, then I suffer because some things don't work for my stream, which I would see as essential. So I like that Twitch started to do that and be like, okay, we have notifications here. You can use them. You don't have to, but you can use them, and they are customizable just like the other ones you used from external sources. Or this with the goals. That's more or less newer, this feature, and I like it because it's easy. Like, you make an easy goal, set it up, say, looks like this, done. All you have to do is integrate a web URL And there it is. And it's not gonna it's not gonna break as long as the stream has no disconnect on Twitch. And that's what I mean, like, it's easier if you have this stuff directly on Twitch. And I also think you shouldn't go overboard with extension and add-ons for your stream. Because the more you integrate, the more complex it becomes. And complex things can break more easily. It just needs a crack somewhere, just a small thing, and suddenly an entire system collapses. And that's never good. But in the end, it's a subjective manner. So if you want to make it chaotic, if you want to integrate many things, then do that. If it's your thing, if you think you can manage it, and it's right for you, do it. It's okay. Manage your channel as you see fit. I mean, there's the same things. Like, now we have so many services geared towards streamers. Like, we have overlays that are pre-made, which you can, to some degree, customize. And, well, you're gonna pay for it, of course. Usually it's even running in a subscription. Where you say, like, that's nice. It makes it easier for people who don't really have the skill to make an interface for themselves. And that's good. That's great for them. But it's also a cookie cutter. It's like a cookie cutter build. It's like you're not gonna stand out and be like, wow, you never have seen this interface before. Yes, I have, like on 20 other channels that use the same exact layout because they use the same servers. Which is not gonna diminish the value of your channel, but it's also not making your channel unique. So if it's not in your skill, or you wanna pay someone external for making them an interface, then it is a good solution to buy a pre-made interface for your stream, if you want to use that, of course. I could have done the same. I thought about it, and in the very beginning I actually used some degree of that. Like, I had an animated background which was pre-built from an external tool, and I gave up on that because I was like, yeah, it's nice, but I don't know. I mean, I look at the interface now and I can say, like, sure, you can point finger at me and say, like, wow, this looks pretty amateur like, and that's okay because I made all of this myself. It's fine. Sure, it could look more professional, it could look better. You can complain about that, you might not like it, but I do. And so far I'm okay with this. And the best part is, if it really bothers me too much, or I just feel like it, I make a new one. Just from the ground up, a new interface. I could do it at any point. But I have this possibility because I know how to do that. So yeah. And that's the difference. Like, it's easy to stream. You get all the tools, you get all the pre-built customization of your channel. You have an easy entry for either for free or you just invest very little money to look pretty professional on stream. And this is good. And on the other hand, you will lose originality. You could do things on your own. But in return, you have to put some work into it. That's the other thing. So it's easy to do, but if you want something more unique, something that stands out, you have to put in some work or some money. Because of course you could always just commission an artist to do all of this for you, but it will cost you a good amount of money. Which is worth it, and you of course also should pay the artist for that. But yeah. So basically, we're gonna take a step back, and basically it's like, so why did I start to stream? I think I had 2 reasons to start streaming. And it started with a single reason where I said like, okay, I'm a video gamer, I'm a gamer, like many other people. I buy games, but I also have limited time, and therefore I create a backlog of games. Games I haven't played yet, they are there, and it just kept growing. And at some point I was like, I really wanna play through those games. I have them, I bought them or got them for free, and I wanna play them, otherwise I wouldn't own them. And I always have this tendency of like shoving it away and find myself a game that I can keep playing on a regular basis, come back to that game instead of starting a new game and just play through it. So yes, kind of a motivational problem of just keep going and doing things and start to reduce the backlog. So that was the first and the primary reason why I decided, hey, if I would stream and play the game, then I cannot excuse myself and say like, yeah, I think I will stop here, and then push it away for weeks and months on. Because when I stream, people will be here, come in here, talk with me or watch it, and then I cannot just say like, yeah, okay, I will now stop streaming and do something else. It's like, that's not how it works. So the excuse of just stopping and not doing it anymore is far less there, or actually no more there. And that was the first and primary reason why I started to stream. But on the other hand, shortly after, I noticed, even when I started streaming and I basically streamed to nobody, it didn't bother me that I had like nobody watching and I streamed. I handled it still as a stream. Maybe I didn't talk so much in the beginning, but in the end, I always handle the stream as a stream. It doesn't, like, it makes no difference to me now if nobody's here or there are people here. It doesn't matter to me if the people talk to me or not. It doesn't invalidate, of course, anybody who actually is in the stream, watches and doesn't talk. No, you are welcome. I like lurkers. I'm mostly a lurker in all the streams, so nobody forces anybody to participate in chat. Just watching because you like the content watching because you like what I say, that's okay. And I always encourage people and say, like, if you want to talk with me, talk with me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be about the game I'm playing. We can talk about almost all topics. And that's okay. And I really enjoy if I can talk with people in my chat. It's fun. It makes the game more fun. It makes the overall stream more fun. You can ask Vivian Noise, which I'm really glad is coming back to my streams, and I always have a good time. We talk, and, and it's just great. And to give even a better example, when I played Bramble the Mountain King, I suddenly had 2 new people joining my stream, and they started to talk with me, and we played the game, and we encountered situations in the game that were maybe from the developer's standpoint not situations where you should be amused about it, but we laughed a lot about many situations in that game because they were just funny. And that works when you have like a certain amount of dark humor. And I do, and so did the other 2 people in the stream. And it was just fun. Like, we made fun of it, we laughed, we had a good time. And I can always say, like, if you're ever in a stream and you're not really that scared of talking to people, and I mean streams which are, like me, small, and you see basically nobody talking there, or barely, talk with the streamer. Most people are really happy when someone starts to talk with them, because it gives the streamer itself an appreciation of what they are doing. It shows people are interested, and they're also interested in having a conversation with them. So I can only recommend doing that. But you don't have to. If you'd rather just watch, do that. It's also support to any channel. But it always improves the overall stream if you happen to talk with the streamer. As you might know, like, bigger channels have constant people talking. Despite if the channel is like big enough, the streamer cannot talk to every single person in chat because too much people talk at once. But they're still gonna interact with people, and it's the same thing, just in a very smaller case. More drinking. Hooray. So yeah, shortly after I started to stream, the second point came in where I was like, I have fun with this. Like, video games were always the biggest hobby of mine. And now I'm playing video games, I'm streaming them, and I have people coming in, they watch, sometimes they talk to me. And I have to say, like, yes, I really enjoy this. Like, not only can I play through the games I actually want to, and I cannot just make an excuse of stopping playing them, I have to keep going because people watch me, because people came back to the stream for the game and or for me. And that gave me then the point where I said, like, this is fun. I really enjoy this. I wanna try to make this bigger than just, hey, I wanna play through my backlog and stream it. And this is why I started to make my first goal and say, like, I wanna try to make it to affiliate as a first goal. And then, of course, keep going from there. So, from one simple goal, it went into another goal, and now I have those both things. Like, I simply enjoy doing this. I love that I get through my backlogs of games, and at the same time, I'm happy and glad that people also find interest, be it in the games or me or the channel. And it all is a very pleasurable experience. Unless I play a game and come to the moments where I get frustrated, but we all know that. So yeah. And basically, I'm amazed. Oh, as well, I have to mention this because I'm amazed. So I have a user named Nick. And when I started to stream very soon, Nick actually showed up in my stream and basically talked to me. And that was great. And then they left a follow, which was also amazing. And then they came back. And that's special. It's a special experience to know that you do something someone really finds interesting, and also interesting you as a person, that they come back. And in the case of Nick, who is my first follower in this channel, and also a shout out to Nick because, like I said, I had half a year enforced break last year. He didn't unfollow. When I started to stream again this year, he was back. And I really, really appreciate that. That shows me that I do something right, that people are willing to come back even if there is a sudden break nobody expected. And that's great. Because they didn't have to. There was no reason. I would even had understand if people unfollowed the channel or never came back, because that's okay. I mean, you follow a channel and then half a year nothing, and then suddenly they come back. You cannot expect that people then will be like, yeah, of course, here I am back. So thank you so much, Nick, when you watch this or you hear this. I really appreciate that you did that. It's great. So yeah. In the end, I'm not gonna recount all of that, what I once did, but I can make an estimation. So, since I started to stream, I played and finished over 22 games. I streamed overall over 220 hours. I guess it's more like 250 plus now. So yeah, that's quite a lot. And yeah, I started to basically upload everything to YouTube. Now that I actually think about it, it's hard to tell. I think a few games went under, because I think I played some games at the beginning, and because I had this enforced break, I didn't actually save those playthroughs, because I only started this YouTube channel this year. So I don't remember actually with which games I started out when I started to stream. So some games are amiss there. But basically when I started again, I started with the oldest playlist I have now of games is basically Greece. And Greece was a good experience, a wonderful game. Basically a game which most people would say like an artistic expression and emotional game. I have here Call of the Sea, which was an eldritch adventure game. Was interesting. I feel like the story could have been a bit more deep, but overall I enjoyed it. Exploration puzzle game. I also played The Fall. Maybe I should just show you. Oh, oh good. You moved. You moved my window. That's always good. Let me fix that. Damn it. That should be fine. So yeah. Like I said, the oldest one here is Greece, Call of the Sea. And then we have The Fall, which was an interesting take. Basically, a spacesuit with an AI in it and a person in it fall from space to a planet. And you wake up and the AI is then trying to save the person inside. Because the person inside is unconscious. And this is like the first game in 2 games. And I played it and it ends in a kind of cliffhanger. And I might play the second part at some time. We shall see. Then we have The Last Day of June, which is a similar thing to Greece. It's more of a personal journey, involves emotion and an artistic take on how the game looks. It was an interesting experience, I have to say. I think most people do not know what The Last Day of June is at all. Then we have Carrion. Carrion is special, where you actually play a monster that eats people, where you try to escape from the place you were imprisoned, which I thought was really interesting because usually you play like a protagonist and have like hero adventures, and here you basically play not really an evil being, but you're also not playing a nice being. And it was quite interesting to see what they made out of that. So I had a good experience with that. Röki is a Nordic mythology halfway puzzle exploration adventure game where you have like 2 kids getting separated by something and you have to save your brother. It was an interesting take. Sometimes I got stuck on some puzzles, but in general I really like it. It has a simplistic style, but that doesn't matter because it gives the game character. So that was really good. Then there is Dandara, Trials of Fear. Well, I would say I mostly enjoyed Dandara, but I got quite frustrated towards the end. So basically Dandara is a game where it's a Metroid-like game, but you have this character, and this character has basically no gravity. You have surfaces where you can stand on, and at the top, and in any direction. So you just dash from one platform to another without gravity in between. Just imagine like a sticky pinball version. Like you're the ball, but when you reach a platform, you basically stick to that platform, and from there you can like target where you wanna jump to the next platform. And it makes it an interesting experience gameplay-wise. But it's not easy. Like, it starts quite okay, and then it ramps up the difficulty. And I had in the game a situation where I was like, I cannot go anywhere. The only way I can go forward is a situation where I'm just getting attacked from all sides and have to dodge constantly a lot of things while trying to break through somewhere. And yeah, I didn't have much fun to do that, but I managed it. This game is Trials of Fear, which means this is an kind of extended version of Dandara, or like the gold or Game of the Year version, so to say. And they added like an additional boss to the game. And I basically was like, before I finished this last boss, I said like, I'm not going to try the optional boss, because I watched a video of someone fighting this boss, and I was like, no. Because I knew if I would do this, I would be fighting this boss for hours and hours until I might beat them. But I think people who really like difficult games, they will probably have a lot of fun in this game, if it's their style of game. And then we have Wonder Song, a game I was like, looks kinda childish. I'm not really sure if I will like Wonder Song, because I only knew Wonder Song was like on the Switch, but they ported it to PC afterwards, or the other way around. I'm not sure. Maybe they even released it on all those platforms. But yeah, I started to play it and I was surprised. The game is really fun. It has good humor. And you just wanted to keep playing because of that. Like, and it was kind of unconventional. It wasn't like this typical cliche story you would usually play with the protagonist. So, yeah, that was good. The only downside was that pretty much towards the end of the game, I got like some sound problems, which someone then pointed out to me because I didn't hear any sound problems on my side. And then I kind of fixed it. So yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. But otherwise, it was a really good experience, and I would say like people who like humorous adventure games should definitely look into Wonder Song. And then we have Tales of the Neon Sea. I will be honest. Tales.
Okay, I had
Yeah. good that I hear myself. Well done. I wanted to go here. So basically, Tales of the Neon Sea is like, I think a game that is like, it's a detective game, okay? So basically, think of a detective game, but it's also an adventure game. There's a lot of people to talk to, a lot of text. I feel like if you like detective games, but if you also like story games, yes, this is a very story-heavy game. But it has horror elements in it. Like, not like, raw monster horror, but more horror of what people can do. Because you're solving a murder case, of course. And I had a lot of fun with this game. I think at this point here, where basically was like, I streamed one part and then I was like, okay, I'm going to stream more. And then I was like, this was not a 12-hour stream. This was an almost 16-hour stream. I had to cut the video at 12 hours because YouTube has like some rules that at 12 hours you need to stop. It's time to stop. So yeah, that was one stream which went on for like 16 hours. And because this game has like a lot of text, I had a lot to read. Because this game has no voice acting at all. And yeah, because of that, the stream went into very late time. Or should I say early morning, very early morning. And you kind of will experience that when I get towards the end of the game, like the last 2-3 hours or something like that. Maybe even more than that. Because I kind of went off the rails with the voice acting. But I really, really, really enjoyed Tales of the Neon Sea. That was really a good game. And the best part is the developer of this game is basically making a very similar game to this, but with furries. Haha. And I will play that game. Definitely. I'm looking forward to the game. It still has no release date. But I don't mind. They shall take their time to make the game. Because they already have proven to me that they are very capable of making really good games. And then I played something stupid. Because I saw it somewhere, someone playing it, and I was like, this is stupid. I think I'm going to stream it. And so I streamed how fish is made. Which is basically this. Yes, you play as a fish. And you try to escape some kind of sewer or something where you meet other fish and so on. It's very strange. It's really, really strange. And it has horrible audio mixing. For at least one part in the game. Which was, of course, better for the people who watched the video, but not for me. Just imagine very loud music. I have to endure it, but like you didn't, because there was like a limit on the audio. I think. Yeah, no, there was a audio limiter on that. So yeah. That was an experience. This developer has a new game in the making, which is a science fiction related game, but it's just as weird and in the same style as this game. Not sure if I'm going to play that. Maybe. And then we have something I started and then I scrapped. Elden Ring Reborn. Reborn is an overhaul mod for Elden Ring. Like I keep saying, yes, I have never played through Elden Ring. I know Elden Ring from the beginning to end, and I wanted to play through it once, at least once, a normal run, experience the game. I started to play the Elden Ring when it was released. I had problems with it. I stopped playing it. I waited half a year for FromSoft to patch out the problems I had. It didn't happen. Maybe it was just my machine. And later on I got a new machine and then it was fine and no problems at all. And since I didn't just want to play through Elden Ring in normal fashion, because I know that already, there was the other good thing, people had time to make mods. And so we have overhaul mods of the game. And I started with Reborn because I was like, that is really reasonable, looks good. And I played it and it was in general good. But when I came to the actual first boss in the game, I noticed that the developer has a specific like how to tune bosses, which means they made the boss faster. They put more props into the arena. Some of these props couldn't be destroyed by me, only by the boss. And that made that boss not extremely difficult, but a lot more difficult. Because now the timing is off that you were used to from this boss. You have far less space to move around. You have props that will block you, but you can destroy them by attacking or rolling through them. But you don't really have time to do that while you fight a boss that now acts faster than before. And you have props in the arena that only the boss can destroy. So when I saw that, I was like, no, I don't want to play this. Like, this is bad boss design. And so I scrapped it. And I was like, well, not gonna play through that. And then I saw that Elden Ring Reborn took a lot of inspiration from Elden Ring The Convergence. So Elden Ring The Convergence is basically the same, not the same as Reborn, but it's also an overhaul mod. Does a lot of different things from Reborn, but some features and some things that The Convergence is doing will also be found in Reborn. And The Convergence is not like a new mod to the Souls series, because The Convergence was also made for various other Dark Souls games. And they already have proven themselves to be very capable of making good mods for Souls series. And therefore I decided, okay, I'm gonna do this again from the beginning, but this time in the Convergence mod, because you get like a many custom classes that have like custom spells, custom ways of going through the game. And I thought like that is probably the better thing, because here I don't have this problem. They didn't tune bosses like Reborn did, but they put in some custom bosses which are not like insanely overpowered or anything. No, they actually put a lot of thought into those custom bosses, and they're good. They're really good. And yeah, basically I'm still waiting, because this is still in the so-called alpha state, the Convergence, and I was like, well, I want to play through this, but also the mod creator basically said like, if we release an update to our mod, then we do not really recommend to keep playing on an existing save. You can do it, but you are on the risk that maybe something might break because of it. So that basically means like on the version you start playing, you literally have to play through it or just abandon that run when an update comes out and you gonna download and install said update. You don't have to, of course, because it's manual. This is not an automatic update process. And basically, like, I ask people what they want to see, but people chose like a class that is like still in the making, so to say. It's like it's partially working, but it's partially also missing content and things. And then I looked at other choices of classes and I was like, okay, this is better. And they also, because I looked at various entries about this, and they also said like, yeah, okay, this class still needs some tuning. We have it in the work, and that's basically like why I hope that they soon push like a little bit of a bigger content update for the mod, where they fix or at least final adjust certain classes. And then I happily will start a run. Because I feel like both choices I would play still have this problem. And that's why I'm basically waiting. So, what else? A Space for the Unbound. Also a story-based game. An adventure story-based game. Which has very interesting takes on the story itself, on the characters. I really liked it. It was really good. Maybe I expected a little bit more from it, based on the description I read about the game. But I wasn't like disappointed by it. So I say like people who like story-based games with some plot twists, with some surprises, I think they will not really I don't think they would be disappointed with this game. Then we have Tacoma. Tacoma was always like in my library, and I was like, okay, I have some images of it. Maybe I even watched the trailer to the game and so on. And I was like, it seems kind of weird. But then I played it and I was like, oh, that's an interesting take on how to play like a story-based game. Because you basically arrive on a space station where you know something went wrong, but you do not really know where the people are. But you get the ability of augmented reality that can play back recorded events from the past. So you could observe conversations from people on the station and then try to figure out what was going on and how to proceed. And the interesting part is like you had to do the same recording multiple times because people, like literally where they were and where they walked to, were represented in an augmented reality form. So you had to follow people from room to room to listen into their conversation. So I was surprised that this game had this take on the entire thing. So I had fun doing this game. That was really an interesting experience. It's also not very long, but that doesn't matter. So a more or less shorter story game is fine. 1.5, 3 hours, 4.5. Oh, it's around 5 hours. Maybe even less, depending how fast you play. I would say less, because I also had to read some text. When you just read text for yourself, you're much faster. And then, yeah, the first 3. I also had this game in my backlog for quite some time. I knew the game would be more or less more like a walking simulator. And mostly it is. You have some interaction, you have some platforming. But I think it was an interesting take, because it's not just a story about a fox which you play, but also another person. And they have a very interesting feature at the end of the game, which I find more games should use. A really good and nice surprise at the end, which was great. Then we have Mo Astray. Mo Astray is also an action platform adventure Metroid-like, partially Metroid-like game. Very interesting, where you, very similar to Dandara, propel yourself through the levels, but you also can just walk around, hop around. Well, the walking is less of the thing, like you're really hopping around. And yeah, the story also interesting. I think also here I felt like I was missing some elements of the story. Like, not that I missed it because I didn't pay attention, but I felt like there could have been more in the story. And I wasn't too happy at the end that they left some questions in the room. One moment. But yeah, overall, a good experience. Sometimes I felt a little bit frustrated with the game, but in general I had a really good time with the game. And next we have Bramble, the Mountain King. This is a Nordic mythology story game. Imagine like a dark fairy tale game, so to say. Which I like. I like that. Like, dark takes on fairy tales is great. In most cases, it's the original of fairy tales. Most fairy tales are often based on gruesome, dark things in reality, which most people then picked up as a story and then modified slightly to make it more acceptable for a younger audience. I think back in the day when this was a big thing, I think they left a lot of the original thing in, maybe even twisted it to a bit even more morbid, to a bit more of a morbid side. For example, the Brothers Grimm, they literally traveled through villages back then to just hear stories from the villages, like local legends, local stories. And they basically took them and often actually made them even a bit more darker. So the stories were less meant for children, more meant for adults. But I think a lot of adults read those stories to children back then. And then Disney came, and basically Disney was like, no, we cannot present that to children, and made everything more acceptable for children, make happy stories out of it. But in reality, most of those stories are more darker and morbid than the Disney versions, of course. And that's why I basically like when any media takes fairy tales more towards back to their origins. Oranges. And Bramble the Mountain King was meant to be a scary exploration story adventure game. And I feel like it does that very well. The problem is when a person like me, who has a dark sense of humor, plays this, then the game misses some points where they were like, this was scary, right? Or this is horrifying, isn't it? And I go like, yeah, it was quite funny. And yeah, I think I had a lot of fun with this game, especially since I had like people joining my stream. Where I say like, we had a lot of fun with this game. We all laughed, we had funny situation. This game also gave me a lot of interesting clips that you can actually watch on any of my platforms I'm on. And yeah, I had a really good time, and I really enjoyed playing through Bramble. And I also say like the game itself is really good. It's fun. It's a good time if you like this kind of genre. It's also a newer game, like I think from last year or previous year, maybe. Then we have 12 minutes. A game that doesn't take 12 minutes to finish. I know, shocking, right? And I would say that is an interesting story game where you literally have to be the detective yourself and figure out, here's a situation, here's a scene, and it just plays out. And then from there on, you have to figure out, what can I change in the... And then it basically does a Groundhog Day. Basically, it returns you to the beginning. And then you have to live the same situation, scene. But now, since you have new information from the previous scene, you can start doing things differently and see how that plays out. And doing this over and over and over again, you start to unravel the actual story of the game itself and finding a solution to whatever happens there. And I felt like that's an interesting take on the entire thing. I liked it. Sometimes I got stuck because I didn't know what could I change, what could I do different this time. And the interesting part is a lot of people criticized this game. They were like, oh no, the ending is terrible, it makes no sense. And I knew about those comments, and I was like, okay, I'm going to play it and see for myself. And I finished the game, and I was like, I don't understand those people. they were like so angry about the ending and said like it doesn't fit and makes no sense. And I completely disagree. It's like the ending made perfect sense. I think people complained mostly about this game and its ending because they wanted a different ending from what they saw. And I think like a lot of people have too much expectations or specific expectations when they read a story or hear a story or play a story. And I always find it more interesting to have like something you might not have expected, or you might think uh, would not fit. But yeah, I would say I disagree. The ending fits, the ending is good, and this this complaint is not justified. The next one is Beacon Pines, which is a story game, a story adventure game where you unravel a story and play as a child with with his friends in a small town. And also here, this game is not like a straight from the beginning to end story. It uses a branching system where you play out a story, you follow the events to a certain point, and then you could have done something different there, but you cannot do that because you're missing something. And then you go back in the story and try something different, where you can find this missing thing, which you then can take to the other situation and then play out this situation to a certain degree in this path, and so on. And because of that, you play the story always to different situations where it can branch off in different directions. And by the end, you have a complete story, despite that you basically do like time jumps or situation jumps. And I really liked it. It also used the system of like making it look like a children's book with drawings in them. And I really liked that. I had a really good experience with this game. It was fun. So if you like story games, I would say like you will also like Beacon Pines. And then we have Jotun. Yay, Jotun. So, Jotun is the first game of a developer studio that also made this game, Sundered Eldritch Edition. Jotun was their first game. Sundered was their second game. I have a third game from the same developer that I'm going to play after Sundered, because I found it very interesting to see if I already have multiple games from the same developer. It's interesting to see where they went with the games. Did they keep making games in the same genre? This one didn't. And how did they improve from their previous game to newer game? That's basically why I play those games after each other. So Jotun was that studio's first game. And I have mixed feelings about it. So on one side, Jotun uses a very simplistic style, which is absolutely fine. So it's not like your full 60 frames animated 2D characters and so on. No, it intentionally uses like low frame rates for animation, which gives it a specific certain style. And that's okay. It's also simplistic, but it's still convincing. It gives it its own art style. So basically it's it's an adventure action game where you are a character. You're pretty small, like you're really small, and your enemies are usually bigger, especially bosses are like 10, 20 times bigger than you. And I have like a love-hate relationship with this game because I say like, in general, it's a good game. It has its moments where it becomes more difficult. I feel like there was sometimes the feeling of like, okay, you have this level. It's basically built around the idea that you have different sections to play, and every section has like 2 or 3 sub-sections you have to play through. And I say like, it felt a lot of empty because you do not encounter so many enemies in the game. It was more geared towards clear the map / puzzles / find certain things. And it felt like a boss gauntlet game at its core that then they decided to stretch out by saying like, okay, we make levels out of it, and you have like 2 to 3 parts per level that you first have to finish before you can actually fight the boss. And that's why I say like, sometimes it felt like, why I'm doing this? It's like, it's kind of boring. I'm basically repeating the same thing over and over again, just with different things I have to find, with different features on the map. And it gave me the feeling of like, I feel like I'm wasting time of doing things that are not really necessary. And I guess that's a pacing problem in the game, where I say like, the pacing of the game could have been better. The bosses, on the other hand, were good. I encountered a boss where I was like, I cannot beat this boss, not how I am right now. So, because the game is very open, you can go to other levels. You don't have first to finish this specific boss in this section before you can move to the next one, which I appreciate. And because your character can find new abilities, I was like, okay, I'm going around. Hopefully I'm gonna get some more damage, better damage ability, and kind of got that, and then returned back to the older boss and could actually beat the boss. But before that, it was kind of impossible because I literally couldn't do enough damage in the time frame the game wanted me to do that. So I felt like that's a problem. Like, you should tune your bosses so that people could literally do a level they feel like to do first, encounter a boss and say like, okay, and now I can fight this boss. Might be challenging, but I can defeat it. And in this case, it didn't feel like that. It felt like, well, come back later when you're stronger. And I don't think that's a good thing to do. Of course, I'm not a game developer. I just speak subjectively from my perspective, how I felt about the game. So I kept playing it, and then I came to the final boss. And I was like, okay, good, final boss. And I tried it. Had my problems first, how getting used to the boss and what the boss was doing. And then basically the boss later on came into a phase where they started to use certain abilities. And I was like, this is not at a part of like, this is not at the point where I say like, yeah, this is challenging. It literally felt unfair. Like for me, I was like, I'm trying, okay? I'm trying my best to get through the phases, and then I arrive at this phase, and this phase feels like complete bullshit. Like, as if the game was like, well, have fun. And, yeah. I didn't beat the final boss in Jotun, because I was like, I'm not gonna play this boss for hours and hours on, just in the hopes that I will survive this phase that I cannot. And just stop there. And I have to say, I'm surprised, because this boss is really, really difficult in that phase. Or maybe you will say, I played this and I played the last boss, it was easy. Where I say like, good job for you. But I struggled pretty hard. And I was surprised to see that the game basically has like, finish the game, and when the game is finished, you can unlock a harder difficulty. And I was like, what? Even better, the game has like challenges and achievements that are like, defeat this boss in this time frame. Defeat this boss without taking damage. Play through the game and never take damage. And I'm like, what? But okay, I guess that exists. Overall, I would say like, I feel the game has a pacing problem. The bosses are a challenge and they are fun. And I feel like for the most part, the game is good to play through. And it's certainly worth it. I just cannot say from personal experience that I agree that the last boss is beatable. It is beatable because people did it. But for me, I feel like if I struggle so hard with this last boss, then I can only imagine that a lot of other people struggled very hard with this boss. And it kind of reflected itself, because I always look at the achievements when I finish a game, because it's interesting to see how many people actually started the game by owning the game, how many actually started the game, and then see how many people kept playing the game. And often you see, especially in indie games, a pretty harsh drop. Like, sometimes not many people actually start the game even. And even if they do, they often start to drop out towards the middle of the game, and very few actually finish the game. Which is often sad, because a lot of indie games that are actually really good and not like having actual problems in the second half of their gameplay, that so many people gave up. But hey, I cannot tell people what to do. It's just kind of sad to see, while most likely most mainstream games have often people finishing it anyway. So, yeah. Then we have Hop. Yay, Hop. I think Hop could be a great game, but it has problems. So basically, I played Hop and I noticed some strange behavior from the beginning. And I was like, I'm not sure if this is intended, but I went with it, kept playing. And then I was like, this is weird. Like, why do I get abilities that I basically cannot use? And and basically, like, I played it, and I was like, why do I get abilities, but I cannot use them? Because when I press this button, it doesn't do it. And I had this problem that, like, the dedicated button that the game has, that you usually press, or in combination press with other buttons, to use certain abilities, had a malfunction. Like, literally, when I pressed that button, which was dedicated more to you press this button to use ability, or you use this button in conjunction pressing with another button to use another ability. When I pressed that button, my character went into automatic movement mode in a specific direction that you couldn't change. Like, it didn't matter in which direction I pressed my analog stick, where I usually move my character. It wouldn't change. It would just straight go in a line with the shield out, and that's it. And I was like, this is not normal. Why would I have a dedicated button that only goes in a very specific direction, and I cannot do anything? I cannot jump, I cannot change the direction, nothing. And that's why I was like, well, guess I'm going to play this game and ignore most of the abilities, because I cannot actually use them. And then at some point I was like, okay, I show some chat member that I have this problem. And I was like, cannot use this ability, and I don't know why. And then I kind of got stuck in the terrain, and I was like, oh, damn it. But the game luckily has a function to kill yourself, and then you're not gonna lose anything. It's like, just respawn. So basically the character dies and respawns at the last save point. And so I did that. And then I was still in the middle of the explanation why this is stupid. And suddenly it worked. Suddenly I can use abilities. Suddenly my character has no auto movement on this specific button anymore. And the entire game suddenly worked as intended. Just because I respawned. And I was like, what is this? Why would you make a game where your dedicated controller, and yes, this game has only an Xbox support, controller support, and I played on an Xbox controller, and then it just worked, and I was like, the fuck? But that was basically the end of that specific stream, and I was like, okay, good, I guess it has fixed itself. But next time when I started the game again, I had the same problem. And I retried to solve the problem by basically respawn, and it didn't fix the problem. And I was like, what? So you have a bug in your game that makes certain buttons not work as they should, but when I respawned myself, it fixed it. Except next time, when I encountered the exact same bug and I applied the same solution, it didn't fix it. I was like, why? And the best part, like, Hop is an older game, right? And I was like, why the fuck didn't they patch this? Like, this is a huge problem. And then I discovered why they never patched this. Because the developer studio who made Hop, that was their last title. They basically made Hop, and when they finished Hop, their studio got dissolved. Like, it got broken apart, like, by the owner of the studio, like, or the publisher or whatever. So they made this game, was their last game, and when they released the game, they basically killed the studio. So either Hop never really received any patches afterwards, or even if Hop ever received any patches, it probably was one person that most likely wasn't involved in the game itself. And that kind of explained to me why this specific bug still exists in this game after years. I cannot tell you if mouse and keyboard actually don't have this problem, because I played it with a controller. I tried it with mouse and keyboard at the very beginning when you had no abilities. So I cannot tell you if the bug also exists when you play with mouse and keyboard. But the problem is, Hop is a platformer game. And in a platformer game, you need precision. And when you play with WASD, that is not a good enough control for precision platforming. And speak of precision platforming in Hop, there's another problem. The analog stick input is delayed. So you can test that in Hop by running in a circle. So you take Hop and all you do is like run in a circle. And you will notice how Hop is always half a circle behind you. Like when your circle movement of the thumb is like half a circle ahead. Like you could start at the north, right? And then you circle counterclockwise. And when you reach south, and you keep doing that, and you come into the second round, then Hop is like still in the north position following you while your thumbstick is at the south. And that's a huge problem, because an input delay of like that is not good. Because again, this is a platformer. Precision is necessary. And I experienced that when I played Hop, where I literally had to do a solving of a puzzle which involved dashing because it was time-based. And I had to walk on a thin walkway in a half circle. And if you do this and you move too fast with your analog stick, then Hop at some point aborts in the direction he walks and jumps to the position and jumps with his movement into the position where your thumb is. So think of this. Let's say you already know he has a delay of like half a circle, right? So imagine you start in the north and you go clockwise to the south. So Hop is already behind you, right? With the movement that you input. If you now do this fast enough and you are like already 2/3 of a whole circle with your analog stick, Hop is basically now in the first quarter, right? But instead of following you, because you are too much ahead, he's aborting his I'm going further to the south point, he changes movement instantly to the west. And this is catastrophic because you have a platform that needs precision when you walk over it and you need to move. And it makes no sense that you move slower. Like you have this input, this automatic sense when you play a platformer that you say like, my thumb is basically where I wanna be with my character. So stopping that intentionally because you know if you move too fast with your thumb, because Hop would abort his movement and just jump to the new movement, is stupid. And that killed me multiple times in the game. And I have to say, like, those are some very serious problems that the game has that make the whole experience far less fun. Luckily, it's not a common situation, but it often led to points where I fell down somewhere and had to go back where I came from because I fell like a small distance, but I had to track back like a longer path to get back where I was. It killed me multiple times in the game, especially when speed was required. And yeah, that was kinda sad that this existed in the game. The other thing that I also criticize in Hop is you are often left in the dark where to continue. Like you move, you do something, and then the game is like, isn't it obvious where you should go? And I'm like, no, because you get like no hint, no, hey, go in this direction, or this character is going to show you in which direction you should go. There were also blocks that basically had a shine on them that you should notice that you can move them, but because of the whole environment, it was hardly noticeable sometimes that you could actually do something, interact with this specific object. So in the very beginning, I basically like missed this and was like looking around for 10 minutes of finding out, oh, all I had to do is moving this specific object here because there's a small glint on it that moves over it, and I just didn't notice. It's just an example, but I encountered similar instances throughout the game where it just was like, good, you finished this, well done, and didn't put like a new marker on my map and saying like, and now try to get there. So that is also a problem in Hop. In general, if those wouldn't exist, I would definitely say it is a worth game to play as a platform adventure story game / halfway story game. But with those problems, I say like, no, I cannot really recommend Hop. I would love to, but no. Like, these problems seem to exist. I don't know if other people encountered the same problems as me. I didn't look it up. But if they do, and you see like multiple complaints about those topics, I would say like, no, leave the game alone. It seems not worth it. I finished the game, I did, despite all of those problems. So basically I can tell you, yes, you can finish the game even with those problems, but it just diminishes the joy of playing Hop. So yeah. Unbound, Worlds Apart, again, a platformer, action platformer with puzzles and story, where I say like, has some pace, has some difficult pacing problems, and has a bit an unfortunate system to tell you the story. So basically the story is mostly unfolded to you by rescuing villagers, which on one side is good because it gives you an incentive to find the villagers and rescue them. But you will find instances where you see a villager but you do not know how to actually free them, because it's either not obvious, some are obvious later, but I encountered villages where I say like, I have no idea how to free them. I'm sorry. And so I miss out on story parts, which is kinda unfortunate because the story is an interesting story, but because of that I didn't save all the villagers, so I also have not the entire story. Otherwise, I think the platforming is good. The controls are tight, which it should, of course. The only complaint I have is like, it starts out as a good action platformer, and then it randomly throws in a section where it goes like, and now do this perfectly. No mistakes. For quite a big section. And that's kind of throwing off. Like, when you play it and you have like fun and you're saying like, yeah, it's good. It has a difficulty. It slightly increases over time. It's good. And then suddenly this difficulty spike is like punched into your face. And it gives you like this moment of like, God damn it. And you're getting frustrated. I got frustrated. And it kept doing that, like in irregular random parts of the game, you suddenly experience like these difficulty spikes, and it just takes away the fun out of the game, because it's like, well, here's a section and you have to do it really perfectly, sometimes even pixel perfect, and keep doing it, like keep going, like imagine like 30 seconds or a minute or minutes of sections where you have really to play hardcore precise, because you're not getting like a save point in between. And sometimes you have like sections where, at least one section where I was, where this exactly was the case of like, hey, here you have to do it, and you need to do it very strictly, perfectly, and just, you have like one section and you finish it, and you come to the next section and you finish this, and then it goes like, and here are like 2 more sections, have fun. And you look at the map and you go like, why am I even doing this? Like, what do I get out of that? And you cannot even figure out why you would do this. My best guess is like, that section, I tried it, but I gave up on it, was simply to find a villager. I don't know, because I couldn't see it. It was covered by the map with blackness, so I couldn't see if the reward was a villager or not. I can only imagine it was. And that goes back to the first point where I say like, freeing certain villages is really difficult. And I think those are the 2 parts where I say like, these 2 I feel I wanna criticize about this game. But otherwise, I really like the game. I like the idea of dipping into other worlds, and these specific worlds give me specific powers, but only in specific places. And yeah, that was that. And before we're gonna finish this, I will take a short break, and I will be right back. And I'm back. So yeah. So very few games remain. And I recently picked up Through the Woods. Like had I basically saw it and I was like, interesting. Bought it and basically played it on the same day. So Through the Woods is very similar to Bramble. It also is about northern mythology, where a mother's son gets abducted. She follows and finds herself on an island that inhabits a lot of mythological creatures and beings. So I had fun playing that. It was good. Had some moments where I encountered some parts where I was like, how do I get through this? But in general, I really enjoyed it. I liked the ending. Well, I liked part of the ending. I think most likely it was very foreseeable how the game would end. But yeah. And basically the other games you see here, Sundered, Lunacy, and Creature in the Well, well, I'm still playing those. And I also have a section now for word games, because I recently started to play some word games in the beginning of the stream, where some people come in and just solve it, which is great, which is actually really great. I'm always impressed when that happens. That's not a critique. It is really great. So yeah. And that's basically what I played since I started streaming. Plus a few other games that got lost to the void. And as you see, I play a few more. Basically, I always ran the channel on the ground of like a long game, a medium-sized game, and a short game. aka I only had 3 games running at the same time. And then I kind of went bonkers with it, as you can see. But yeah, the reason it went out of the way from my usual concept is simply because I was like, I just feel like to play this game right now. And then I do. Like, in the end, clearly, yes. we talked about this, like, adding endlessly new games is not gonna help. And yes, I will literally stop at this point. I'm not gonna add more games to it. But that's the thing. It's like, it's okay to not always play exactly the same game. And I just feel like it also helps to actually keep going. Because right now, everybody kind of waits for me to start the Elden Ring run, which I understand. And I explained why I didn't start it yet. But there's also other things, like when I often run into games and I feel like it's getting complicated or frustrating, or I'm lost and I don't know where to go, I basically often tend then to be like, okay, guess I'm going to play something else. because I mostly don't feel like, hey, I want to spend the next few hours to figure out where I actually have to go, or the next few hours to just try to get actual progress. And don't get me wrong, I know some people can do that. Some people are like, I don't give a fuck, and I will just keep doing this for the next 10 hours. I don't mind. But I'm not like that. I do mind to some degree. But I have to say, like, when I played, sorry about that, I have like something, some kind of throat thing for my throat. It certainly has a name, let me look it up. But let's also disable that first. Let me find this word. Wow, that's a great word. Say it for me, website. Say it.
Lozenge.
Lozenge. Wow, I never heard this word before. So basically, it's a tablet, a pill for your throat. That's why I'm sounding so weird at the moment. So yeah, I mean, I certainly have this problem right now with 2 games, maybe 3. So if you watched it, like in Creature in the Well, I'm basically like in the last part of the game. So we have like around 4 levels to go. But I basically went into those levels, and I basically getting destroyed in those levels because the defense mechanisms are not very nice there. So I kind of feel frustrated because it does this again, this difficulty spike that I do not like in games. And yeah, it's kind of frustrating because I play it and I go like, great. Like, I don't expect a game to give me like a free pass and go like, yeah, sure, just walk to the end, no problem. I don't mind a challenge. But when I counter like a roadblock, and it feels there like a roadblock where it goes like, well, guess you're gonna do this for an hour. Maybe then you're gonna finish this level. And that's like, to me personally, like, I feel frustrated and demotivated to do this. It doesn't mean I give up on the game. I will try again. It's like, because I don't think it's actually as bad as I just think it is. But yeah, so in Creature in the Well, I kind of feel like I hit a roadblock. Then you have Lunacid, which I played last stream. And here I made progress, which is good. I really made progress. That was really good. But also in Lunacid, there's like now this point where I go like, okay, I have one level. There is potentially a different path in this level. The fetid Maya, that level. I think there's still another path there that I didn't see or I didn't try. And then I have like this other part where I go like, okay, I have a castle, I cannot enter the castle, I need a key, I have no idea where this key is. maybe it's in the previous level, but the previous level is basically like a large void of nothingness. And if the game basically expects me to find a key in there, that's quite frustrating because I have like no hint. I don't know where to go. I just have one big enemy, a few small enemies, and nothing else. And then I have a level that is in the forest where there are creatures that deal far too much damage. And I get like no save point, but I can walk like a very long distance. I go underground, I get lost, I avoid the enemies because I barely deal much damage to the enemies, and the enemies deal a ton of damage to me. On top of that, most of them poison me. And that's also a point where I say like, great, I wouldn't complain much if I had like in another Souls games where I had like, here are permanent like 4 healing potions that always recharge when you touch a save crystal or you respawn. But that's not the case in this game. In this game it's basically like Bloodborne, where it is like, here are healing potions, and either you're gonna farm for healing potions or you're gonna make those healing potions, or you're gonna buy those healing potions. And that's also like, okay. So, also in Lunasid, I feel like I mostly hit a roadblock, but not entirely. I have options I still can try out. So in those 2 games, when I hit like a roadblock like that, it's that. When I hit a roadblock similar to something like that in a game, I kind of feel like I want to play something else. Because I don't feel very much motivated to be like, I'm going to spend the next 4 hours in this game trying, hopefully, to get some progress in. Maybe it's unavoidable. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I just need to learn this and just accept that sometimes this happens and I just have to bite through it, if I like it or not. And see, this is another point. Like, I hit roadblocks like that. Under normal circumstances, I would probably push the game off for quite some time, maybe even forever, because I feel like I don't want to spend this time trying to figure out if I can progress. But here I am, I'm streaming. So sure, in the end, I have it in my hand, like, it's my decision. But of course I can say like, listen, I tried it, I got to this point, I just don't want to do it. I tried it, I cannot see that I make progress. I cannot see that I actually can make it. I will not. And I did this in the past. Like, what was that? Not Dragon Quest, the other game. Something Dragon, which is a really difficult platformer, which got a remake. And I played the remake, where I really was like, I have this level. I need to pass this level. But if I die, I always start at the beginning of the level. And it's extremely frustrating because it seems like I cannot get past this section there. That's one thing. And the other thing was like, I also got stuck and was like, there must be another way to progress in the game, but I cannot find it at all. And I don't get any hint where to continue. And I aborted the game. I was like, I don't know. I don't know where to progress. And the only way I feel like it goes further is a passage that I cannot get past. And then I was like, no, I'm not gonna continue the game. I'm gonna abort the game here and say like, that's it. Like, it's too bad, but I just don't want to be here and have like 12 hours of trial and error in the hopes that I get through it. Because I feel like that, because on one side, I think this is not fun for people who watch it, and I have no fun. And you will notice then that I have no fun. Like for some people, that's great. That's what they built their channel around. I mean, I know a streamer who basically does that, where they basically suffer through the games of doing specific things, and chat is a complete gremlin towards him. But that's how they build their channel, and that's how they run the channel, and it's successful with that. If they can deal with it, that's okay. But I decide that this is not what I want. Not for me, that's not what I want for you. And yeah, you can say like, oh, you easily give up on this. It's like, yeah, if I see that it is a waste of my time, why not? It's my decision. If you don't like it, okay. So yeah, in those two games, I hit a roadblock. I mean, I kind of hit a roadblock in Sundered as well. But I was like, okay, I hit a roadblock. I think I know where I should go. And then I found another way, which gave me progression in a complete different area. And that was good, because then I was like, okay, now I have the possibility to go somewhere else, maybe become stronger, so I can basically get through this actual original, the original area where I should go. But even this new area has sections where I say like pretty difficult, and I don't even know if I can make this progress I want, because I see there are 2 new abilities there that I kinda want. So I say Sundered is not at a roadblock anymore, but it certainly has challenging parts right now. And that's what I mean, like, if I hit such roadblocks, then I try to play something else to hopefully give me like enough motivation to go back to the other game and say like, okay, let's try this again. And it certainly is going to happen, just like I just said. Like, most likely then I'm going to feel more motivated to go back to a game where I feel like I hit a roadblock, and then most likely it's gonna work. It's basically the same with everything in life, right? You're just too focused on something, and then you hit some kind of roadblock. Something doesn't work out. You're just stuck. I mean, the best point, sorry to point this out again, it's artists when they have a block. An artist, how is it called? An art block, where they basically feel like everything I do is shit, and I don't progress, and I don't see any improvement. Like, every artist, no matter what they do in their creative ways, will hit this art block. And then usually the best thing to do is take a moment off from that, do something completely different, and then come back. Or do something else related to that, but be kind to yourself and do something easy. And it's the same with games, at least for me. And that's why I basically started to add games, because I was like, right now I feel like it's late night, I kinda wanna play this specific game, aka Scorn there. in the top middle, which is a horror game. And I was like, it's late night, and I kind of want to play a horror game. So I was like, okay, let's play Scorn. And the same like Winds of Change. I was like, okay, good. I could now decide what to play, and I gave chat the choice. It said like, hey, we could continue one of those games I'm already playing, or maybe, and randomly came up with, do you want to play a visual novel game? And so it was decided that we're gonna play Winds of Change. And so we did. And it was fun. And now you're gonna ask me, why the hell did you add another 3 games? I wonder why. The explanation is actually rather easy. Basically the game there from the right side, these 3 grayed out games, which I hope you noticed that I grayed out some games, which indicates that either I haven't played those games yet, or they would be on hold. Elden Ring, kind of on hold. And those 3 games next to my hand are basically games I want to play, but I haven't actually started them. So basically someone in a stream recommended me the game in the middle there. It has a name, tell us. No. And because of that, I was looking up to save some money. So I was going to look, is there any deal.com? If you don't know this page, that's a very, very good site that compares various sites that sell the game and tells you this game is now on discount. This game has a historical low of this price. And it's a great comparison tool, because if you're looking for a game and you think like, hey, I want to know if I can save some money on this game, then go there, because they're gonna tell you if there's a thing, instead of manually checking every website and source where you could potentially buy the game. So yeah, someone recommended that game, and I was like, okay. I looked it up on Steam, read a little bit about it, positive and negative, and then I was like, yeah, okay, good. It sounds like a good game. I will give it a try. Then I looked it up, and I was like, okay, I'm not really feeling to pay this full price, and looked for a discount. And so I found one on GOG.com, which most people know. And because of that, it's not the first time I bought like games on GOG.com, but GOG has its own download system, speak of also a similar games launcher like Steam, an all-in-one program called Galaxy. And so I basically installed this again because it is used to download the games. And I saw like my games I had bought on GOG, and then I found the game below, which is Crosscode. So Crosscode is an indie game which is basically an action game, action maybe slightly platformer game. Just think about Secret of Mana, but more actiony. It's similar to that. And I bought this game like a long time ago because I followed the process of this game partially when it was made back then. It's interesting. This game comes from a small team of young people who made this game from Germany. The only reason I ever knew about this game was basically because I was back then watching someone who was doing Let's Plays, a German Let's Player, and they are friends with the people who made that game. And that's why I knew about this game. And I waited for it to be released, and then at some point I bought it. But then it was there in GOG and I kind of forgot about it. And because I did download the game, because I downloaded Galaxy again, I saw it again in there, and I was like, right, I bought this like some time ago. I completely forgot about it, that I owned this game. And so I installed it. And that's the reason why it's here. The game at the top you might know. That's Ghost Runner. Ghost Runner is a parkour science fiction game, mix of samurai and guns, cyberpunk, science fiction-y game with story, which I partially felt interesting, but never really was too much interested. But at some point I got it for free anyway. So yeah. The game has amazing music, by the way. And then there's this middle game, which I'm not gonna tell you what the title is. But I can tell you it's a Slavic mythology shooter game. And I never heard about it until today. And that's why I bought it. Because I think it's a good game. So yeah. That's that. And here we are. A streamer who decided to basically make a YouTube channel because I feel like people might be interested in the VODs. Some people are, some VODs getting views, which is nice. But I always think, like, since Twitch started this entire thing of like, we're going to delete your VODs after a certain time. Which to some degree I understand if you have no knowledge about this. So basically, before they made this new rule with deleting VODs, you could save your streams indefinitely. So you streamed and it was published under normal rules automatically, and it was saved indefinitely. But then at some point Twitch analyzed the entire situation, and you can see that there is a blog entry explaining this new feature and this new rule if you look it up. And basically they said, like, we analyzed this and we see that after only a few days, or like after a week, only 5% of the people going to your channel actually watch any VODs. And I was like, okay, I will take this with a grain of salt, but I can understand that this is the case. Because you go on Twitch to watch live streams, right? That's mostly what you do on Twitch. You join an active live stream, and you participate, or you don't participate, you just watch. And I get that. But I also disagree with them to some degree. Based on how I go around on Twitch. Just because I do it doesn't mean that the majority of people who use Twitch do this as well. So basically, I say I like VODs. Of course, it's nice to have a live stream going on. If you want to participate in chat, talking to people, interacting with the streamer, of course, it's great when you have a live going stream. But I also say VODs are important because look at it this way. We cannot be online and here when your favorite streamer is starting his stream every time, right? And that's why I say, like, when I join a stream of my interest and I see them, oh, okay, they stream something interesting, a game I wanted to see how they react to this when they first play it, but they're already streaming like since 2 hours, so I missed this part. Then I usually feel quite compelled to go to their VODs because it automatically publishes the current stream that is going on in the VOD section. Except that the VOD is like getting updated constantly. So you go to the videos and you see the current stream that is now currently live is also available as a VOD. So in our example, the last 2 hours. So I feel actually compelled if it's in my interest. In this case, I say like I wanted to see how they react to this first part of the game. So I go to the video section, click on the VOD, and watch the VOD. And now can experience what they experienced in the beginning of the game. Basically what I felt very interested in. And then when I'm finished seeing what I wanted to see, I stop and can join the live stream and watch them stream where they are right now. And that's why I say like VODs are not like useless. And then is the part of like some people cannot join a actual live stream because for whatever reason, but they know their favorite streamer today is going to stream this game and they really want to see how they go through with it, or they stream this content. It doesn't matter. And then VODs become important because now I can watch it on my own leisure at any time and catch up with it. And I understand that most likely the majority of people don't have this attention span anymore, or don't want to have this attention span of watching like a VOD going on for several hours, but instead they just want the live stream experience instead. But I feel also that a good chunk of people actually do enjoy watching the VOD because they feel like it's not so much important to be here when the live stream actually happens, because maybe they are not feeling interested in participating in chat and interacting with the streamer to begin with. They just want the experience, aka like the VOD experience we have on YouTube mostly. And I get that. And this is the same. Like, I have situations where I'm like, I'm kind of bored. I'm looking at Twitch and go like, nobody's actually playing anything or streaming anything of my interest. I have nothing else to watch. I have nothing else I want to play right now. Maybe I just want to chill, but have some entertainment. And for the very same reason, I'm super glad that most streamers really do this, like keeping a VOD section somewhere from their streams. Like some do it more professionally, some do it more leisurely. Like some channels I follow basically not really run an archive channel for VODs. And it's more or less difficult to actually find it because they allow like random users to upload said streams to YouTube. Sometimes you wanna see them play through a specific game, and users were like, okay, we are allowed to upload those streams, and then they upload the entire stream and go like, here are all the streams where this person played this game, but it's unedited. And then you have like an entire stream VOD where only a part of the stream is actually what you want to watch. And that's kind of frustrating because like if you really want to see a streamer play like this game from beginning to end and you have actual complete stream recordings, that's kind of stupid. And that's what I say, like some people do it like this and they're just like, okay, randomly people who want to can upload my stream VODs from Twitch to YouTube. I don't care, just do it, it's fine. And then there are other people who have like going this thing more professionally. They have like dedicated people that go on Twitch, make parts out of the stream, and then do it like I do, like uploading games as playlists, and it's only those games. It's not just a stream recording. And I think I personally appreciate that far more because I find myself over and over again that I rewatch like games played on stream by certain streamers, despite that I have already done that, just because I feel like this is a nice chill stream and I just enjoy the game and I joined the streamer and just let it run. Sometimes you just want something chill, a chill game from a streamer running in the background. Maybe you want to fall asleep and you need some background noise. Same thing. So yeah, that's why I say like partially I understand when Twitch says like we analyze this situation that most people are not watching VODs on Twitch. And to some degree I disagree and say like VODs have their value. They are good. I often feel like I want to revisit or watch a certain experience from a streamer. And if it's not there, it's kind of sad because it's like, well, then I can only enjoy the experience of your stream when you're basically online. Of course, partners are like in a better position. Their streams are like saved up to, I think, 60 days, something like that. In my case, it's 7 days. Like after 7 days, my VODs are deleted from Twitch. The only way I can avoid this, and I'm glad we actually get this option, is basically to highlight the entire stream. So if I would do this, I could just highlight an entire stream recording and it would stay, even after 7 days. But I feel like, not really. I mean, it makes sense when I have like a stream and everything would be like superb and amazing, and I would be like, this is the experience. This is what someone should watch and be like, oh, okay, that's what is going to happen here, and this is how it is run, and that's the mood. In that case, I say like, then it's worth to keep it here on Twitch. But everything else, I would say like, is better off if you offload it to something like YouTube. And that's basically what I do. Like, sure, I don't have right now stream recordings on my YouTube channel, but at least I have my playthroughs. I also started to put up the word games I do in the beginning because I feel like you can puzzle along with word games, like, because it's a recording, right? Like, nobody knows what the solution is if you start to watch it and you weren't here, and you can puzzle along. It's interesting, right? You still can be like, what could it be? And make your own guesses. Of course, the solution is there because it's recorded in the video, but you still can participate, so to say. Maybe at some point, for things like this here, where I basically do just chatting or / podcasting, that is like something where I say like, okay, I can take this stream and upload it to my YouTube, as it is a stream recording. But when I just play games, I feel like this part here is not important. That's not why you go into my playlist. This is not what you wanna listen to when you come to my YouTube channel and be like, I wanna see this person play this game. Then you want to watch the game, not me talking outside of the game on random topics. So yeah. And this is a way how to spend 3 hours talking about streaming. Or at least my channel and streaming here. So yeah. All in all, I would say like, I certainly improved streaming. I know that I'm not a fluent speaker when I do this. Like, I often stop and get exactly this. Like, I'm not this kind of streamer where people are like, hey, it's good to see you, and this is amazing, great that you are here. Oh yeah, I saw that, this is amazing. Yeah, no, actually, this is another thing. No, I saw that. Yeah, it was really funny, absolutely. And you see, I can do that. I certainly can do. It's just like, this is me. It's like, this is me. I know I'm having this, that I'm not speaking fluently constantly. And I'm working on that. And I certainly can see it that in certain games, and certainly over time, that I started to talk more and more fluently and more less like this. But it's still there. Like, in the beginning, like with most streamers when they start out, it's usually like this. Hi, welcome to my stream. Yeah, and yeah, we're gonna play a game. It's like most people start out like this, unless you are basically a person with the characteristic and the personality of actually being all the time like, I talk a lot, I enjoy talking all the time, and I just keep going on and on and on. It's like, it's just natural for me. It's like, some people have that. And these people have usually a more easy time streaming because they have this personality, they have this flow, this character that grips you and goes like, and I'm more the opposite of that, and I'm aware of that, and I'm not gonna like sweet talk or like try to pretend that I'm different. It's like, sure, I would love to be here and be like, hey, I'm really funny and yeah, and loud. Like, some people are like that. Like, they're loud, they're funny, but they are often like that. Like, you see this. Like, most more popular streamers have this. Like, they are people. They are a people person. They are outward. They keep talking. They just keep going on, joke after joke, and funny, and here's loud, and here's chaos. It's like, not everybody likes that, of course. Everybody's different. But a lot of successful streamers do exactly this. Because most people come to a stream because they want entertainment, and I understand that. But I don't want to pretend to be your super awesome entertainment person here on the stream, because it's mostly not what I am. Surely I try to entertain you. I have my humor. You might like my humor, sometimes you might not like my humor. It's okay to be weirded out by my strange humor sometimes, or always. You can be offended. You are free to be offended and feel offended by me. That's okay. I just feel like, yeah, I know. I'm more quiet. I'm more calm. This is basically just, that's me. Like, I have my moments where I really live up more like it, where this often happens like in certain games. I certainly talk more and fluently more when I have people in chat interacting with me. But yeah, I understand that doesn't give me really much of an advantage, because the majority of people want a show, most people want entertainment and constantly something going on. But I also know exactly that there are very successful streamers who do quite the opposite of that, where they're just like, here I am, I'm the streamer, we're going to do this. And they're not gonna scream around or rage or anything, and the people still love them and they are there. Because also these people exist that go like, I don't need a chaotic show entertainment constantly all the time. I just want a good vibe, chill stream, and that's it. And I feel like I'm falling more in that region, but it also is, by fact, more difficult to be liked as a channel like that, in contrast to someone who is literally running his channel as a show and an entertainment section. And I get it. It's like, this is easy, right? That's why people go to amusement parks. That's why people seek the thrill. That's it. Like, it's more appealing to the most people, and I get it. But yeah, that's just some insight and background information, and maybe some look at myself and my channel and saying like, yeah, okay, this is maybe not what most people expect. But I also see that people stick. I have people who come back. I have people who follow my channel. I had my first raid in my channel, which I very much appreciated. And it just tells me that lately I do something right. And this is a good feeling. It feels good that you do something and you persist with what you're doing and you do your thing. Like, I'm not going to imitate other streamers. I will take inspiration from other streamers. I will take ideas from other streamers, but I will implement and use those things in my way. I mean, let's face it, it's like you look at my interface and you would be like, this is a pretty lame design. Maybe you don't even like it. And that's okay, because I like it. I made it. I'm happy with it. I'm fine with it. Most likely at some point I'm going to change it, like I said before, but this is in my hand. This is my channel. I'm going to run it like I feel. And because I see that people find my channel, that I see that people stay, that people return, that people even go so far as actually rate my channel, shows me I'm doing something right. And I always say that, and if you know Thor from the channel Pirate Software, who's a really, really good guy, who will tell you the same thing. Do your thing and stick with it. And I agree on that. I do my thing and I stick with it. This is me. I'm not gonna copy pasta someone else. I'm gonna do what I feel is correct. And I do it my way. My way. And because I see this, like followers, people coming back, people talking with me, interact, people rating me, gives me the feedback I'm doing something right. And this is good. I'm glad about that. And don't misunderstand me. I still feel bad about that I lost half a year when I started streaming. Like a precious half year where I could have made far more traction than I have right now. And I purely speak from the streamer side. Like as a streamer, it's in my personal interest to get traction, get attention, because I have goals. Goals I want to pursue, goals I want to reach. And I put my work into it. I put my time into it because I made all of this. I take my time. I stream. I do this. And I have, to some degree, equipment that I invested into. Well, not invested into, it was basically like anyway something I would have bought even if I wasn't streaming. And the other thing, like, I made a YouTube channel. I made a TikTok channel. And my YouTube channel is work. It's not just like, hey, I stream, and then the stream is over, and then I just click here, upload to YouTube, and then publish on YouTube and be done. As you might have seen, like the playlists have custom images. Every single episode within those playlists has a custom image. Like, yeah, they look similar, but as you might notice, like each part has a different number. That is work. That means I have to do those adjustments on each image. I have to upload this image. And if you have never uploaded something to YouTube, you have to be aware it's not just, hey, I upload a video to YouTube and then publish it and be done with. No. Because before you publish any video on YouTube, you have to go through various settings for each video that you have to set before you publish. You don't have to for the most part, but a few settings are mandatory to do. But if you want to have some form of exposure, I hate this word, but if you want to be visible on YouTube, to some degree, then you will have to adjust quite a good amount of settings for each single video you publish on YouTube. So that means it's not a process of like upload, publish. It's upload, make an image, make an image. You have to upload the image to the video. You have to go through various settings of the video, and then you can publish it. And that takes time. So it's not a process of a few minutes and you are done with. It adds up. There is work behind it. It might not look like it, but there is work behind it. If I would go even a step further, I wouldn't just transfer videos from Twitch to YouTube. If I really wanted to put in quite some work, I would download the video from Twitch, edit it on my computer, and then re-upload it to YouTube. It's not what I do. It's like the only editing that happens here on Twitch, and that's the other part. Again, because I run my YouTube channel on this idea of like, if you want to watch this game, you're only gonna watch this game and not a stream recording. I have to edit the video, the entire stream. Like if I stream for 5 hours and 3 hours is gameplay from game X and an hour is from another game, then on Twitch I have to edit this and say like, this is going to be the video cut outside, same video, the other part cut out, and then separately have to export it to YouTube, which is of course only 2 clicks in the end then, and then make 2 different images and then edit the settings for each video on YouTube before I actually publish it. And this adds up. I'm not complaining, I do it and I enjoy it. And I streamlined the entire process to a point where I say like, I don't have to spend much time on this. But in the beginning, it certainly was. When I was not used to what I had to do, when I had to figure out how to make those images as streamlined as possible, it took a lot longer. And now it's, in comparison to before, a pretty short time frame of work I have to put in. But it's still work I have to put in. Of course, this is not the problem of every streamer, because not every streamer has like an offload YouTube archive of their streams or their playthroughs or content, what they are streaming. And everybody does it to some degree different. Some people have teams behind it where they basically say like, we have a dedicated person that does nothing else, cutting my streams, upload it to YouTube, edit it for YouTube. And I mean, it goes further. It's like, still I do the most simple versions when it comes to clips, for example. I make a clip because right now I don't really have people making clips for me when I stream, which I understand. I don't have so many streams where there's something completely worthwhile to clip. So when I basically have the moment of saying like, that was funny, I basically mark it, and then later on when I go to the Twitch editing, I basically mark myself the times, because you cannot make clips directly in the editing function of Twitch, because then I have to go back and watch the entire stream, not fully, of course, but I open the saved stream and then go to those times where I saw something that is clip worthy, and then I create the clip myself. That's how all my clips currently were created, by me doing exactly this. And then you have the Twitch clip, which is in this format as you look at it right now. But platforms like YouTube Shorts and TikTok have this vertical format. Twitch has a tool for that. Basically, you go to your Twitch clips and you can click on one button that says like, here, create a vertical clip of this. And then you can adjust like 2 screens and then say like, okay, this is fine. And then just click publish. And then you can automatically send this new vertical clip to YouTube and to TikTok. Doesn't take long, but it's also an additional work point. Even if you, as the watcher in the stream, would make clips, which I say, make clips. If you feel like, hey, this was funny, make a clip. I'm not holding you back. On the other... No, it's the other way around. I say like, if you find something that is really funny when I stream, clip it. It's fine, I will see it. If you do. I have a section where I see user content created clips. And then I can use that. So if this is ever the case, don't hesitate. Make a clip, it's fine. If it's really bad and not actually clip worthy, I can still take it out. Or at least I can ask you to delete it if I don't have the ability to delete it, but I'm pretty sure I do have the power to delete any clips made of my streams by users. I never had the instance, so I cannot tell. But yeah, just to show you this as well, it's like it's not just the videos and the editing or that goes to YouTube, but it's also the whole clip thing. It's like even making clips is some form of work and additional effort next to streaming that you can do and probably also should do. And that's what I mean. It's like there's still work behind the stream. It's not just this here where I just sit here and talk to you or sit here and play a game or play a game together with you. It's still work behind it on various degrees. Like for some channel there's a shit ton of more work to do, and some channels have less work, and some people don't care. That's okay. If they want to run the channel like that, and they're just like, here I am, I'm sitting down, I'm streaming, and then when the stream is done, the stream is done. If the VOD is going to run out, fine, I don't care. I don't want an archive of this stream anyway. That's all I do. I just sit down and I stream, and that's it. Like, yeah, you can do that. If it works, amazing. But I don't mind to put that work into it. I really don't. It's fine. I'm used to it, I do it, and even if it takes like a few days from the stream to YouTube, then it does, but it is getting done within a few days, because transferring from Twitch to YouTube also takes a moment, depending how big the file is. But usually it's like, because I'm streaming on this resolution, basically it's like it's usually a thing of like 1 or 2 hours per video until it is on YouTube, if you were curious about that. So that takes time. It's automatic, so I don't care. Basically, I press the button and say, like, throw it at YouTube. And YouTube takes it and goes like, oh, okay, I have to do a few runs through this. And yeah, come back in 2 hours. And that's okay. That's why it usually takes a few days before I publish my videos, because often I stream, I stop, and depending how late it is, I'm not gonna edit the current latest stream right away. So maybe I do it next day, and then it takes like 2 hours for YouTube to do all their thing. And then often it takes like an additional day before I sit down and make my images and do all the settings for the videos, add to playlist, and publish it. That's why it takes often those few days before I publish it. Sometimes I stream and I have like time to spare, and I'm like, yeah, I just feel like I'm going to edit it and make it right away, send it to YouTube, and maybe later down the road on the same day I'm actually going to publish it. Happens as well. But yeah, that's basically like the process that kind of happens with my stream. And you can imagine that it is very similar in various degrees of more or less work for any other channel. As long as they have something like a YouTube channel as well, or a TikTok channel, or something like that. Like, I follow someone who recently started to do editing of their clips. So they basically started, I assume they don't really use the Twitch clip function, but they basically like stream, and more or less I think they download the entire stream and then edit the entire thing in a software program to make clips, because they also add text and emotes, because that's the thing that grasps the attention of people. Like funny short clips from a stream, people talk, and here's the text so you can read it if you have like no audio. Some funny stickers and emotes, and it works. I mean, I get it. Even I watch them and go like, that's funny. So just to put this in perspective, so if you really start to do like something more focused on clips to get people's attention, and it works, believe me, it does work. If you do it right, it works. And yeah, that's also work. Like, you can have it easy, or you put some work into it. And I always say, like, it's often more worthwhile to put some work into the behind the stream scene, because it will pay out over time. But yeah. Look at me, talking 3.5 hours. Amazing. But yeah, that's basically what I feel like to tell you about my stream channel, my motivation, and what I basically do for my channel. And yeah, like I said, everybody can start streaming. It's not a problem anymore these days. It's pretty easy. But I think in the end, you will put work into your streaming if you really want to make this a worthwhile thing. And I think a good amount of people are completely unaware of that. And that's why I talked about it and tell you, like, it's a bit more than just sitting down and press stream. Would be nice if it was easier, but hey. But if you ever feel like to stream, I can only encourage you and say, like, try it. And if you think to yourself, like, I cannot do this, I don't have the personality for this, or you think like, I'm shy, or you think to yourself, I'm introverted, I can tell you a lot of actual very successful streamers are introverted themselves in real life, and you would never ever even suspect that when they tell you, because you're in their streams, right? And they constantly talking and they're like interacting with you, cracking jokes and so on, and then they tell you like, yeah, well, in real life I'm pretty introverted and I really are more for myself and try like avoid talking to people and so on. And you go like, what? How? You're like completely the opposite on stream. You would be surprised. A lot of people have that. And a lot of people also tell that on stream. Say like, in real life, I would never be as talkative as here in the stream. Like, you wouldn't have the same experience if you met me in real life. I don't mean myself. I mean the streamers in this example. And if you want to have the most crazy example of this, and I think most people do not know this person, there's a person called Gronk. Gronk is a German, and he's very well known in Europe. And mostly, of course, German-speaking countries, but he's also sometimes talking in English. Gronk is very much known. He started out on YouTube with, yes, you have guessed it, Minecraft Let's Plays. He's extremely well known. He had his own company, I think even 2, which were very successful. He was always on events among people and is a very nice person and a very pleasant personality to be around, or at least like listen to or watch the let's plays and the live streams. And if you don't believe me, they have like, he's like among the top Twitch streamers, purely for the fact that he was already very successful in the European market himself before Twitch was even a thing. And he is actually an introverted person. And he basically talks about this honestly and says like, yeah, in real life, I'm an introvert. I would basically not really talk much to people and just be for myself, be with myself, and but you would never guess that, because if you know this person is basically like a waterfall of talking, and they're constantly talking and making jokes, and you feel like this is an extroverted person that is constantly making new friends and is amazing, and I want to hang out with them. And then you hear that and you go like, this is so a huge contrast to what I basically experience from this person in any case. It's crazy. And that's what I tell you. It's like, even if you feel like, or you are a shy personality or an introverted personality, don't think streaming is not for you. Because a ton of people who are in the same shoes as you stream and do it successfully. So don't be scared of that. So if you have this, if you have personality traits like that where you feel like I cannot socialize or it makes me nervous or so on, try it anyway. Because you might experience quite the opposite thing of what you think you should experience if you ever tried. Give it a try. Stick to it and see if it's really gonna go that way. Then you can stop. If it really doesn't go well, if you really do not feel well doing it for a period of time, then yes, stop. It's okay. You gave it a try and you saw it didn't work. But I also tell you, it's worth a try because a lot of people who are in your shoes have found an outlet in the form of streaming, and they will tell you, despite that they are having those things, those anxieties, being introverted or being shy, because they started streaming, they overcome some of that, and they are far less like that anymore because they got the positive experience and they notice that it is okay to just be you and just talk to people and it's fine. And now they feel far less shy. They feel more likely to interact with people. They feel far less stressed out when they talk to other people in real life. And that's why it is worth to give it a try, even if you think it might not work out. At least you tried. Even if it doesn't work out, you tried. And then at least you can say like, I tried. It didn't work. But I gave it a try. But there's always this point that it might work out. It might improve stuff that you feel like is hindering you in real life. And that is always worth to give it a try. Just a few words from me where I say like, don't be scared of that if you ever considered doing streaming yourself. It's okay. Many people are in the same shoes as you, and a good portion of those people actually made something out of it. Okay. So much about me, the channel, about streaming. And yeah, that's how this is basically half a year of streaming in a package. Something like that. So I'm going to peek into my user list. And look, I see web noise still existing. Thank you so much. Let's see. Okay. So web noise, if you're still here and listening, hi there. Because I know you are one of those people that will answer me. If they hear me, of course. I will ask you, do you want to do a word game, or do you want me to play at least some game for a little bit before I gonna end the stream, which is not gonna be right now. Yes, I'm here. Woo! Hi there. Look at this, interacting with the streamer, and I give you like power over my stream. Isn't it great? So use your power. What would you like? Would you like to try a word game, or would you like that I play a game instead? The choice is yours. Oh man, I expected an ah. Okay. Which one do you want? Contexto, Connexo, or Phrasal? Okay. Good hopping. Don't get stuck when you hop around. Yep, I will be waiting. There we go. I'll be back. I already hate this phrasal. There will be no fun. Only pain. only pain. The sadness. So, for anybody who's basically new to this specific word game, this is phrasal. And phrasal basically is a sentence instead as in Wordle, where you have to figure out a 5-letter word. Here you have to figure out a sentence. And to show you this, it has very similar rules to a Wordle. So when it's green, it means in this word, the letter is at the correct spot. If you have an orange, means it's in this word, but on the wrong spot. If it's purple, it's in the wrong word. Means it's not in the second word, in this example, not in the second word, but in the first, but you don't know where. And if it's gray, it means it's not in the phrase. Which I disagree. I think last time we noticed that gray means it's not in the word, if I remember correctly. Welcome back. You chose this hell, by the way. Thank you. I told everyone, it's like, there will be no fun. Fun is banned. There will be only pain. Thank you. I know you really care a lot for my goodwill. For my well-being. Fuck fun. There's no fun here. Only pain and long words. Look, I found a word. It's not English, but I found a word that would fit in. Why is it not German? Why is this sentence not German? It's much easier because English has like no long words. This is simply unfair. Bullshit. For moist. But bullshit fits. Which I agree. This entire sentence is bullshit. So we go for bullshit for bullshit for something with A and E. Liars. Bullshit for liars. I feel like that's okay. Can I go a step back? Are you entertained? I'm not entertained. I'm scared. Okay, so since in the second letter, in the second word, because in the second word, the O and the R belong in a different word, it's the. Maybe it's all. Got one letter. Yeah. Cool. Wow! Remind me, didn't we establish that gray letters are only not existent in this specific word and not like for the entire sentence? Didn't we establish that? That I found out that it is not applicable to the entire sentence, despite that they write that in the help section. For the something something. There's an R somewhere in the last word, but it's not in the second last letter. The second last letter, yeah. The Rye. No, there's no I for the Nars Mars for the Mars. Perfect. No, because A is also not in that sentence. Morse. No, because R is not there. Ray. R. Rail. Rents? The rents? No. The something with R. No. 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 Prom? The proms? It makes no sense as a sentence, but I don't care. So the S is fixed, the R is somewhere else. I'm going to use that. Because then I can definitely tell if the help section was lying to us. Okay, so the A needs to go somewhere else. So is the O. There's an O. The R must go to the first word. The A must go to the first word. The proms. A R E L. I like how it tells me L is in the word, but at the wrong place, and the second L is like, no, it doesn't exist in the sentence. Like, So A, the R, the I, the L. What is a long English word with arrow or lair? Avril Lavigne, of course. Okay, what can I form there? I'm missing 4 letters. Granite. That's not a word. I wanted to say training, but then the L is missing. Trailing. 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 Trailing the proms. Sounds extremely promising. Yes. Yes, yes, that sounds extremely promising. Trailing the proms. That is no sentence, but it's my best guess. That's a good thing. So that was pretty obvious. Getting an ing helps a lot with the first word. It was clear that the last word wasn't right. But we also see the R can only be in the first and in the third, which is interesting. So, and there's a P in the word. That's also interesting. So, ropes? It's ropes. The ropes. The ropes. Now we only have to figure out what to do with the first word. Okay. It's not there. Playing. P-L-A-Y. Wait. It's not playing because we need the R somewhere. Showing the ropes, except that doesn't work. Ring. Play ring. What is this? It's not planning the ropes. We need the R somewhere. Wait, I wanted to prove that help is lying to us. You. So the double L is already a lie to us. S. Yeah. The help is lying to you. Okay, so we have to establish that the help is lying to us. Cool. So if we have a gray letter, it means this letter is not in this word. It's not in this sentence, it's in this specific word, not existent. But it could be in the sentence. which means B-U-L, which is already stupid, S, T, and I are not in the first word. And the R is not in the second. So so if we start the word with R, Roar, no. Rea, not double A. Ria, no. I don't think it starts with an R. Plar? Blar? Klar? Klar? V no. I'll ring. I'll ring? No. Alarming the ropes. No, since it grayed out the other L, so there will be no L in the first word. Except for the other L. The game is double lying to you, so be aware of that. It's like, there's one L, yes. I know what you mean, like, alarming the ropes. Alarming the ropes. Makes no sense. A-L-R. A-L-A-R-M. Alarming the ropes. Who cares? This is your take. Of course, it's LARPing the ropes. Why wouldn't it be? So it's Arling. Arling. I want to say it's clearing, but it's not gonna be clearing. Arling. 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 And then we need like words, 2 letters in front of that. Arling. Italing. Italing. Otaling. Opaling. O darling. E darling. A darling. warning, walling, important, walling, qualling. The thing is, I don't think that L is gonna be the first letter. Because then you basically need a vowel to follow. And that makes no sense, because then you create words like loi, lua. I mean, liar you can make, but it told us in the last sentence there's no I. And lar doesn't make sense. So I think the L must be where the M was in the previous word. So, arling. And because of that, the first letter has to be a vowel. But which? Because the second one needs to be a non-vowel. Consonant? So it's not gonna be an A, it's not gonna be a U, a U, or an I. So it's an E or an O or a Y. What is this word? Like, this is so stupid. The robes. Showing you, show? Show. Yeah. Usually you say, I'm going to show you the ropes. Showing the ropes, but it's not showing. So what else? The ropes. Clearing the ropes would make some sense, but it's not gonna be that. So... O or E, which makes more sense. So E darling, E walling, E rolling, E tarling, E palling, E sawing, E darling, E falling, E galling, E hauling, E jarling, E calling, E zarling, E xarling, E calling, E varling, E gnarling. What is this? What the fuck? Okay. Let's take O. But O tarling, O warling, O rolling, O parling, O sarling, O darling, O garling, O howling, O jarling, or carling, or zarling, or xarling, or carling, or varling. What the? Okay, let's assume. Oh, it's not after the R. I'm stupid, so it starts with L. Okay, it starts with L, which is weird. Liar. Liar? Liar? Liarting? Liarwing? Wait. No. Okay, it has to start with L. Something AR. Something ing the ropes. Liar. Lore. Larksing. Of course. Learning the ropes? Leon. Yeah. And yeah, that makes sense. Learning the ropes. It's basically what we said, or what I said, just in a different expression of the same meaning. Congrats, you will win. As per usual. Good job. You're good at those. Wanna do one more? Not this, but one more word game. So choose your devil, Contextor or Connexor. No, I'm not. It's your choice. This is your reward. You know what? No, it's not gonna be your choice. It's not gonna be your choice because it's gonna be your choice. It's the same choice as I would have made. Oh my god. Now it's good. Yay. Give me a word. And here I thought you would say, ah. Apparently not. Animal. Wow, this is my second guess and I almost had it. That's crazy. I never had that before. Holy moly. It's your turn. It sounds almost you were biased. A little bit below that. So we're looking for... The cat is not really what we are looking for. It led to the context of animal. So... It led us to the context of animal. What will be related to the animal? Nature. Okay, nature is further down. Your turn. There it is, the R. Jellyfish. Nope, very far away. Since it's that, I'm going with mammal. That doesn't help. Your turn. That's mine. I'm fully prepared that the game is gonna tell you, I don't know this word. I'm sorry, I don't know this word. I really don't. Ah. Try again. Burb. Can I say burb? No, I won't. Good guess. Very good. I will go with wing. Damn it. Do it. Do it. You know you want to do it. And I don't mean the R. How patriotic of you. Okay, the eagle is lower. Mammal, cat, eagle. What? Animal, bird. 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 Bird, bird, bird. Bird, 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 bird. Dee, dee, dee. What did I wanted to... Ah, look, this is the thing. Yeah, I know. This is the thing where I told you, like, do it. It's not related, but it's related. The game hates me. I'm disappointed in the game, by the way. Because this would have been perfect. It's back your turn. Crow. More near. Okay. So the context was crow, mammal, cat, eagle, animal. Then we come to bird. Birds are... Feather. Yeah. Damn it. Your turn. Beak. Nope. Okay, since it goes in this direction and it seems not want to have a body part of the bird, it must be related to bird, but it's not a body part. I will say nest. Okay. Still in the green, but yeah. God. Goose, why did you choose the most evil bird on this planet? But not bad. Goose, animal, bird. Egg, 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 egg. It's gonna be Odin. A duck! I wanna input Odin, but I'm not gonna do that. Flying? Ah, it's fly, not flying. Well, too bad. This parrot is dead. No, it's not. Apparently not. Oh god. I think it took flying and made it into the animal fly. Fly, fed, mammal, cat, eagle, goose, duck, animal, bird. Did input nest. I did input egg. Fly, but actually flying. Penguin. Aw. I don't know, because bird is so high up in comparison to a specific bird name or bird species. I think it's related to bird, but it's not a body part, and I don't think it's a species of bird, but something that has to do with birds. That's the reason why I tried something like egg and nest, but that is also low. Which still brings me to the point of like, I hope the game is not wanting the word for bird, aka the Latin word for this. You know, like humans are mammals. This will land lower, but I'm going to input it. See. Okay, bird. Hmm. What is it called? Well, it's basically sailing in the air. But sail? No. Because it takes sail as the physical object of a sail on a boat, and not the act of sailing as a bird in the air. Tail. Higher, but still low. I'm going with wind. Damn it. Watching. It shortens any word that is with ing, so just watch, and therefore I don't know if it interprets it as actually looking or the actual time device. I'm going as far as going with vertebrate. Wow, okay, that's extremely far away. Damn it. I love how this game is basically like, you're almost there. And then it goes like, and now I kick you in the shin. Over and over again. Have fun. Oh wait, fun is banned. Sing. Nope. Blah blah blah. Animal, bird. Platypus. I tried. All goes that way, and then it goes suddenly from actual birds, species of birds, it suddenly goes into animal, and then goes into bird. So it actually took animal, and then it went into what kind of animal, and it went into a bird. But maybe it's looking for a kind of animal, but not birds actually. Turkey. Are you sure? Do you want this turkey? It's an entire country. Can you eat an entire country? Not too far off. But see, it's weird because it goes like species of birds, eagle, goose, duck, and then it goes into animal. And strangely enough, then it goes into turkey. But from turkey, it goes into bird. So why is turkey higher than the other named species of birds? That's so strange. Plane. I mean, we call a plane sometimes a bird, right? Chicken. Oops. Okay, if it really, really, really searches for an actual bird, but it goes into a bird bigger? Ostrich? No. Flamingo. It's flamingo dancing. No. I tried feather before, but it was pretty low on the list. Why is it doing that? It's so confusing. It's like species of birds, animals, species of bird, bird. Hen? No. Oh, I have a word. But it's your turn. Yes, it starts with that letter. That is correct. You should know it. Among Us. It's not that. Ba, 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 ba. Walk. Not the worst. Avian. I hate you, game. Your turn. But I will input fox. Why is it specifically going this way? Oh, but they're all animals. And then it suddenly goes back to turkey. Bird. Mythical. Mythical morning? goes by various things, but then it goes to animal. It just throws me off because, like, species of birds, suddenly something else. Species of birds, animal, species of bird, bird. I will never ever know how to write this word, so I'm sorry, I have to kind of look that up. I'm fully prepared for the moment that this game is going to be like, I don't know this word. Okay, so it's not that. Which is also a good input, because basically it means it's not looking for a specific race of animals. Game? 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 Like Monster Hunter? Bah, bah, bah. Bird up. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, I made progress. Your turn. No pressure. Maybe it looks for a specific bird. If it's that what I just think about, then I will laugh. Are you entertained? Seagull. No. But is it a swallow? No. I'm disappointed. The unfinished swan? Okay, no. It's written like that, right? Or is it written like that? With a D, okay. It's not a pigeon. A worm. Nope. A woodpecker. Nope. A robin. Nope. Owl. Hmm. Um. Oh my god. Um. Oh. Um. What was that? Ah, right. God damn it. Early. Night. Hmm. Turkey, pheasant. What else? Magnet. Because we all know birds are perfect magnets. Okay, the thing. The thing. The thing. Which is a peacock. No. Defense. You're going in the complete opposite direction. Now you're going to war with this game. Oh, turkey, bird, pheasant. Oh my god. Cute? Um. Protecting the... I don't think there's a one word to describe that. Thank you so much, Asna. I will not. Maybe. I don't know. But you, take care. I will smooch you back. Smooch. And I wish you a wonderful night. Have sweet dreams. Get some rest. It's good to see you here. Thank you for dropping in. I occasionally drop in your stream. It's nice. Mostly I lurk. But hey, so do you. Okay, take care. Bye bye. The kitty is taken to bed. The kitty goes loafing. As every kitty does. Ah, what is this? Ah, territorial. That was the word we were looking for. Territorial. No. I mean, we already had chicken, and it's just strange because it goes animal, then goes to turkey, bird. We're looking for a bird, and then it goes pheasant. So maybe it actually goes for a specific bird. I just don't know which, because when you look at it, it's like it's birds we eat. Like we eat goose, we eat ducks, we eat turkeys and pheasants. I have a specific bird in my mind, but god damn it, I forgot. Got its word. Quail. That was the word. Right. It's not better, but it's nearby. I will be mean and take a double dip here. No. What else is there? What else? Bird, quail, pheasant. 1,000-year-old egg. No. Cordon bleu. Bleu. Cordon bleu. Hihi. Bat. Man. Woman. Bet. Something. Related because it has wings. Why? What is this? It's related to some bird. Is it going to be really stupid? What else? Like, Wait, don't even know how that is. Ah. So it's almost the same. No. Oh. Any input? Because I have one. Character. Hummingbird. Wow. Still so far away. Food. No. Claws. No. Insect. Why is insect like in the green? But then again, it makes sense. It was like a leading fact into animal. It started out so well. So well. So well. So well. Ancient. Which is pretty much true. Nope. What else? I'm going to input a few things. Plants. No. Sea. Wood. Forest. Amazon. Amazon.com, where you can buy your plot of land and rivers and destroy the environment and produce less oxygen. Yay. I know what you mean. We already inputted that. It's the woodpecker. In short, pecker, but I did input that. Where is it? It's, I think, pretty low. Somewhere. The magpie is here. There's the woodpecker, see? Don't worry. What is this? What is this game wanting from us? We also did input crow. Small. Prey. Nocturnal. No. What is this? What is this? Liquid snake. Snake. Nope. Poo. Shit. I like that it knows the word poo, but shit, no. Jesus. Bones. Right, it only takes singular words, not plural. Name. Mountain. Cloud. Snow. Part. Cold. Ice. Rich. Summit. Nordic. Winter. A bird, but I already did input penguin, so it's not gonna be penguin. What else is there? Like Arctic and Arctic. Okay, Nepal. Alps. But mountain? Altitude. Move. This has a name. Transition? No. There's a specific name for birds. Migration. Okay. Hot. Desert. Africa. Season. Tower. Goggles. Goggle, because already did input nest. Tree. No, tree is and wood is related to. So is ridge. It's all related to animal, to bird. Binocular. Binocular. Pinocchio. Cute. Adorable. You. How is you in the green? How is you in the green? What is this? Anime. Oh. Creature. Dragon. Hot. I already inputted hot. Yes. Yes, I'm going to input this. Help. Why? I don't understand. Mothra. You don't understand Mothra. Kaiju. I don't understand this word. Godzilla. Bird. Bird, 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 bird. Panda. Kung Fu. Butterfly. Moth. Alice. House. No. Store. Water. Are you kidding me? And swamp. Frodo Baggins. Mouse. Tit. Doesn't know tit. Not just a body part. Squirrel. Wow. What? What? Mate. Nobody's going to understand that joke unless they watched my stream. Dance. Gotcha. Okay. So, animal, bird, blah, 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 blah. Squirrel. Mouse is smaller than a squirrel, but squirrel? Okay. Endangered. Nut. Kiss. Other things. No, you already gave tail. Oh. Word. Branch. Hibernate. Aww. Well, boar? Fox? Already inputted fox. Gotta go fast. And stink. No, person. Veal? Deer. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Dear me? Dear you? Dearie? Dairy? The fuck? It was so much into birds all the time. And then suddenly it changes the entire topic of all the birds. Suddenly into wildlife in the forest. The fuck? This is insane. Why? I mean, why? They all live in the forest, yes, but this was so focused on birds. Why would you then go to the idea of like other wildlife in the forest? Okay. Dear me. I guess I'm gonna catch myself a deer and tell them what I think about this in pleasant ways. What the heck? I'm shocked about this. This is crazy because usually when I play this game, it makes sense in context wise. And here it was so focused on birds all the time. But yeah, I got it. So it's fair. You got one, I got one. So that's good for both of us. Holy moly. You know what's the best part? Best part is, I kind of feel tired. I should go to sleep. And at the same time, I'm like, I want to binge watch Invincible Season 2. Isn't it great? Amazing. Hmm. uh, oh well. Hmm. Sounds like a plan. Yes, I wish. If I had nothing going on tomorrow, then I wouldn't go and binge watch the entire thing now, and I shouldn't, and I won't, because it makes no sense. Sadly, I have something tomorrow. And that means I have to get up at some point. So sadly I cannot do that unless I would enjoy going sleep depriving somewhere, which is not a good idea. So I will not do that. But it's always a problem when you are like chronotype, like a night owl. It's like, don't want to sleep. Even if you're tired. But hey, life problems, right? Ugh. I don't know. I like the word omde. I mean, yes, it makes a difference in age, but then again, it doesn't matter in the end what age someone is, because in the end, sleep is one of the single most important things that you need every day. So that's especially, this is the most funny part, this is especially true the younger you are. Remember, like, babies need long sleeps, and children need long sleeps in comparison to adults. When you're an adult, you need actually less sleep to function. But regardless, you still need a specific amount of sleep. It's a bit dependent on your DNA. Some very few And it's a rare occasion, and very few people can do this, can run literally on like 6 hours of sleep. And they do this every day. And yet they don't break apart by it. But that's usually those people who are very successful, because they usually take a lot of time every day to do things all the time. And therefore they don't have much time for sleep, and yet they don't break apart because they have this luck of having the right DNA. In other words, most of us, on the other hand, usually need between 7 to 8 hours of sleep to work properly. And you know, on one side, yes, I enjoy my sleep, because yes, I enjoy dreaming. But on the other hand, I always think to myself, God damn it, I'm going to lose 7 to 8 hours of my day where I could do other things. But I cannot fight my own nature. It's also a stupid idea. It's like you're only going to suffer on all departments. Your health will suffer immensely if you don't get enough sleep. So yeah, as much as maybe one hates the sleep and the time it takes away, it is absolutely essential. Maybe I should talk about that at some stream. Maybe. But yeah. This is basically the point where I'm already like in the next day, and I'm like, I don't want to do whatever is coming next day, and instead just using the entire day to stream instead. And I like how another streamer pointed this out and said like, streaming is fun, it's okay, it's fun, and it's great, but it's also dangerous because it becomes addicting. And they are not wrong. It is kinda like that, because every time you are like, you have the time to stream and you do not stream, you feel like, why I'm not streaming? For various reasons. Oh well. Yeah, so I think I'm going to, and no, I'm not going to think that this could be the end of the stream. This is going to be the end of the stream. Yes, the sweet phrasal that is going to torment me. Yes, that's why I'm streaming. It's like, this is the perfect answer. It's like, why are you streaming? Well, I love phrasal, and this is why my channel exists. I build it around phrasal. I do it the entire stream. We only do phrasals because we love it. And if you watch my stream, you will be addicted to phrasal just like me. You will become a believer. Like, I found my niche. I will be an any percent speedrunner of phrasal. Amazing. It's all I ever wanted. No, I thank you for being here, for talking with me. It's always fun when you're around, and you're always good at the word games when I'm doing it. Big support. So, yeah. I'm not. I could, but I'm not going to raid someone. I really should put myself into bed. So, all I can say to anybody who's still here in the stream, apart from the noise, I say thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your interest. If you ever followed my channel, even more so, thank you for the support. Thank you when you rate this channel. And I'm glad that some people find interest and fun in this channel, in me. And it makes me happy. And I'm really glad that in the last few days, actually, or should say last few days and few weeks, I saw a positive increase towards my channel and me, and it just shows me it goes in a good direction, and I hope it will keep going in that direction. So yeah, I had fun. It was good to talk about the channel, and I think it will be a good time ahead. And I have a few games to play. So, hooray! Regardless, thank you so much for your interest. Thank you for being here if you are lurking. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day or any part of your day, wherever you are, any time zone. Take care, be nice to yourself, be yourself, and hopefully you will return here and I see you again. So until then, take care and bye bye. 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 Bye.